Yes.
Yeah, first time.
Okay, we are back. It is June 6th. We are just back from our lunch break, and we are going to pick up our agenda at B and C number 1, Drug and Alcohol Abuse Awareness Committee appointments. Anybody have their voting sheets that turn in?
I turn mine in when I first get here.
Fantastic. 9 bus stops. And MacArthur Club.
I'll just do it from here.
So mean.
Donna Gordon for the record.
Anna, welcome. You are
There's-
recognized.
2 people for the 1 position for the drug treatment representative, the treatment facility representative, excuse me. And Dr. Athena DuPont received 4 votes.
Move approval of Dr. Alethea DuPont.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Hurd to accept the Dr. Alethea DuPont for our Drug and Alcohol Abuse Awareness Committee. It was seconded by Commissioner Smith. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously. I would recommend and encourage Ms. Dawn Haviland to reapply for something else. She had a fantastic resume. Okay, thank you, Ms. Gordon. Appreciate it. Our next item is public hearing number 1, legislative public hearing to consider adoption of a comprehensive plan text amendment CPA 22-07 county operations. It'll be presented by a group, but I believe led by Carolyn Grunwald.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Good afternoon, welcome.
If I may, Commissioners, I'd like to do a little introduction.
Of yourself first.
Yes, of course. Clyde Doolin for the record, Comprehensive Planning Administrator. This first public hearing that Carolyn's going to go over with you is a legislative public hearing. It's a text amendment to the Comprehensive Growth Management Plan. It's been through the local planning agency. It was transmitted off to the state. It's coming back to you for final adoption. There's no ex parte. It's simply a text amendment, and notice has been provided to surrounding property owners. It's different from this next public hearing, which will be a quasi-judicial discussion of the zoning, change to a zoning atlas. And with that, thank you very much.
Good afternoon. So this is a site-specific text amendment for county operations. It's a board-initiated text amendment specific to removing this 29.8-acre parcel from a planned unit development requirement. It'll still be subject to all other requirements of that text amendment. I'm sorry, of that policy. Parcel shown here in red on Canner Highway, just south of 96th Street with So here's the sub-area policy shown on the screen. Letter D is the exception for the 29.8-acre parcel. Staff recommends approval of the sub-area policy change to exclude the parcel from the PUD zoning district and development agreement, and all other requirements of the sub-area policy will remain applicable to the entire 250-acre parcel identified. This concludes my presentation. Do you have any questions?
Any questions for staff? Seeing none, anyone from the public looking to address us on this topic? Also seeing none, comes back to the board.
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion by Commissioner Jenkins to accept staff's recommendation, seconded by Commissioner Smith. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? That motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Our next agenda item is public hearing quasi-judicial number 1, public hearing to consider an amendment to the Martin County zoning atlas to change the zoning district classification for C-173-001, county operations. It'll be again presented by Ms. Carolyn Grunwald. Since it's quasi-judicial, I will ask some questions of my colleagues. Commissioner Smith, do you have any ex parte communications?
I don't.
Commissioner Heatherington?
I do not.
Commissioner Jenkins?
I don't believe I do, but if I do, they've been filed.
Thank you. Commissioner Hurd?
If any, they've been filed.
I have none. Anyone that's going to be offering testimony that's not an attorney, would you please stand to be sworn in?
Raise your right hands.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you. You have to, did you need to submit any kind of return receipts? And if so, were they?
Yes, they were just now.
Okay. Layla, you got those? The record will show that you, Mr. Doolin, had submitted those receipts. Are there any interveners?
No interveners.
Is that everything?
That's everything.
Please present your presentation.
This is regarding county operations rezoning, C-173-001. Location of the parcel is shown here on the screen on Canner Highway, south of 96th Street. It's north of Bridge Road as well. The current zoning on the parcel is light industrial,
LI.
LI. We're seeking general industrial for the parcel, as it would be the best use for the parcel at hand. Development standards shown here on the screen, if you have any questions about those. Staff has concluded that the requested GI is an appropriate zoning district with respect to the application of the goals, objectives, and policies of the comp plan, land development regulations, and county codes. So we are seeking LI to GI. This concludes my presentation. Do you have any questions?
Let's find out.
So
Any of my colleagues have any questions? Ms. Elder?
I just want to, for the record, Elise Elder, Deputy County Attorney. So this is a county rezoning of property, and since it's more than 10 contiguous acres, we have to have 2 public hearings. This is the first public hearing to consider the rezoning. We are not asking for the board to adopt the rezoning today. That we're asking the board to move that the board hold a second public hearing on June 20th, 2023 at 9 a.m. or soon after, as may be heard by a majority plus 1 vote. That's the statutory requirement to have a public hearing before 5 o'clock at the next meeting. So that's the motion for today.
Thank
We're
you.
seeking.
Make that motion.
Thank you. Since you are basically both sides of the issue, there's no other representation for this agenda item. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak to us about this agenda item? Seeing none, we have a, what?
Did Harold make a motion? A second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Jenkins, as was stated by our Assistant County Attorney, seconded by Commissioner Smith. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? That motion carries unanimously. Ms. Grunwald, thank you very much.
Thank you, members of the board.
Doolin, thank you, sir. Pleasure. Our next item is public hearing quasi-judicial number 2. Public hearing to consider adoption of an amendment to the Martin County zoning atlas to change the zoning district classification for Barron Landings LLC, G076-007. It'll be presented this afternoon by Ms. Elizabeth Nagel. I want to say Nagel, but it's Nagel. And it is quasi-judicial, so I will ask my colleagues. Commissioner Hurd, do you have any ex parte communications?
If I have any, they've been filed.
Thank you. Commissioner Jenkins?
I do have some, and they've been filed.
Thank you. Commissioner Heatherington?
If any, they've been filed.
Commissioner Smith?
And they're filed.
I have some, and they've been filed as well. If you are going to make any presentations or offer any testimony, would you please stand to be sworn in?
Raise your right hands. Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Are there return receipts that are necessary?
No proof of mailers were turned in at the LPA.
Do you have a copy of your work history and the agenda item,
Do. Thank you.
which we did not ask at the last one?
It was turned in with the notices.
Okay, thank you. Any interveners?
No.
No interveners.
Good. Okay, please begin.
Okay. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Elizabeth Nagel, Principal Planner. We're here today to talk about the request to rezone for Barron Landings LLC, request from PUD to GC zoning. Outlined here in blue is the subject parcel. Before you today, the future land use is commercial general. As you can see, this is fairly consistent with the surrounding properties to the west and to the north along this corridor of Cantor Highway, with the commercial zoning abutting some residential uses. To the south, some mix of medium density, commercial office, residential, future land use. Again, outlined in blue is the parcel. This is currently zoned PUD-C. It's part of the Golf World PUD. In 2022, the front portion of the site was rezoned to GC, and this parcel is the remainder of the Golf World PUD, and also from PUD to GC is the application before you. Also included with this application is a request to terminate the existing PUD, so there's two separate documents, the rezoning and a separate resolution to terminate the existing PUD. There are two standard zoning districts that implement general commercial future land use designation, those being CC and GC, community commercial and general commercial. New PUD zoning is an additional option for applicants, but not part of the request. They are requesting to go to straight zoning GC. The staff report included these development standard tables, and I've included them here to outline the differences between CC and GC, which are the two available standard zoning districts. There are some differences between max building coverage, maximum height, and minimum open space, with the setbacks being exactly the same for the two zoning districts. With the application and throughout the staff report analysis were conditions analyzed to support the GC rather than CC zoning. And some of these included that the site has access directly from widened South Cantor Highway, which was recently widened from 4 to 6 lanes. The parcel is surrounded by existing development along the South Cantor Highway and I-95 interchange. It's about 1 mile from the interchange. It's an area of established employment centers, commercial plazas, medical centers, school and college facilities, which is consistent with the area and this corridor and the request for general commercial zoning. And as mentioned, the front 4.63 acre portion of the site was rezoned to GC last year. Although the PUD is being terminated, there is an existing valid preserve area management plan that was part of the Golf World PUD. This was established in the early 90s prior to current regulations for PAMPs. So no legal description was provided. There was just a very general outline bubble on the plan and size, and just some text that was on one of the landscape plans. So realizing that this is still an existing valid PAMP, the applicant will have to identify preserve areas on the first final site plan submitted on the overall 26.06 acre site, which is the Golf World site. So even if the first final site plan comes in on that 4.63 acres, that will have to include an overall boundary plan that identifies preserve areas, of course, following today's regulations with environmental assessment and full analysis by our staff. And this is my old presentation. So this I need to amend, and I did amend, and I apologize for that, that this is clarification from the LPA meeting that this is not an amendment, but actually a new PAMP. So this will be a new PAMP that comes in with the first application. I apologize because this is not the right presentation. And I don't know what happened with it.
Take your time, you're okay.
I had a very important slide that was missing, so this is the local planning agency slide. This matter was heard before the LPA on June 1st of last week, and the LPA voted 3-1 to recommend approval. And with that, the recommended action is that to move that the board receive and file the agenda item and staff report as Exhibit 1, move that the board approve the request to terminate the Golf World PUD, and move that the board approve the request to rezone from PUD commercial to general commercial. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nagel. applicant like to make a presentation at this time? Before you do, Mr. Raines, any questions for staff? Commissioner Hurd.
Yeah, is this a mandatory rezoning?
It is not a mandatory rezoning, no.
Is there currently an application, a development application that's accompanying this?
There is not.
Are you aware that some years back, that the neighborhood just to the north and the west of this project came to us with a request to down land use themselves from estate density to rural heritage, and it was approved? Thank you.
Is that it? Mm-hmm. Mr. Raines, now it's your turn.
Okay. Good afternoon. For the record, Bob Raines, a land use attorney with the Gunster Law Firm, here on behalf of the applicant. I would like, again, just for the record, to reflect, as Ms. Noggle stated, we did turn in our return receipts for the proof of notices to the surrounding property owners at the LPA hearing. Again, this is, I'm glad to say that we do agree with the staff recommendation and Ms. Noggle's report and presentation. Again, this property has an existing land use designation of general commercial. So, and it's been that way since at least 1992. And we're just continuing that. Again, the PUD that's existing on the property now is no longer really valid or appropriate because it was very site-specific for the previous use as a Golf World 76. So that's why we're in here asking for a rezoning. I'm going to have Mike Houston come up in just a minute. He'll give you a little bit more detail, but previously a portion of this property was already rezoned to GC recently, and now we're just bringing in the remainder of the balance to bring it into general commercial also. So with that, let me ask Mike Houston to come up, make a quick presentation, and I'll make some closing remarks, and we'll be glad to answer any questions you might have. Before we do, I do have a couple of questions for Mr. Houston. So first, if you'll introduce yourself, sir.
Michael Houston with HCA Design Studio.
And have you been sworn in, sir?
I have.
And can you identify the document that I'm showing you?
I can. That's my resume.
And that's a current...
Or Erica's resume.
Oh, I'm sorry, I gave you
Yeah,
the wrong one.
yeah.
Hold on. I got two Houston.
That's right. Yeah,
There,
Eric
so-
will be here shortly.
Okay, so let's get the right one here. So
And Liz, I'll use the left button.
let's make sure we get the right one. I saw the HG on there and just did that one.
Yeah,
So
no worries.
Hate to see the presentation derailed for lack of a
right,
current resume.
that's right.
I've thrown people out for less. Deputy, you might want to escort these two.
There you go. How about that one?
That is my resume.
And is that a current and accurate
It
resume?
is. Yes,
Copy of your resume?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'd like to turn that in as applicant's exhibit 1.
I'd like to get a look at that item.
If the folks make sure that that's not Ms. Beitler's thing. So with that, Mr. Houston, you are on, sir.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, thank you for letting us come here and talk about this project. We've discussed this project for a long time. We are back with a commercial land use and zoning application. Part of that is because community input we got was to continue with what existed out there today. As you can see, the property is very close to I-95. It's been surrounded and inside the urban service district for many years. One of the more creative PUDs based on recreation uses, and that hasn't been in operation now for a year and a half. All public facilities are available. 4.3 acres that Liz talked about in the front is shown here. This is how the pieces kind of been separated. That is moving forward as a separate final application with commercial uses. So we've been kind of planning these two pieces together, but that one going forward first. Land use designation, proposed zoning. This is the subject site. There is, not related to today's hearing, there is a wetland on the property that will be related to the preserve area management plan that Liz spoke about, and that will be coming in both with the commercial piece in the front as well as whatever subsequent applications are made. So Liz did a very good job on the staff report, and obviously one of the things that you have to do is go through the criteria for a rezoning. The criteria follows the standard, and the review of the proposed amendment shall consider the following: whether the proposed rezoning is consistent with all applicable provisions of the Comprehensive Growth Management Plan. A key thing. This is, staff's analysis is that the request to zone the property is consistent with all applicable provisions of the comp plan. B, whether the proposed zoning is consistent with all LDRs. Granting of the county does not exempt the applicant from the county's land development regulations. One of the confusing things that came up at the LPA last week was this question. We still have to have an application that still needs to meet all the standards of the LDRs. Whether the proposed district is compatible with the character of the existing land uses in the area. Staff's report suggests that it is compatible, and with development patterns in the area that have changed over the years, it is compatible. Whether and to what extent the documented change conditions, there have been substantial changes since 1992. Not just in the widening of the highway, but in the infrastructure that's available, the move of the urban service boundary along south side of Cove Road, the commercial intensification at the I-95 interchange, et cetera, et cetera. Whether the proposed zoning would result in demands on public facilities. All public facilities are there. And whether the proposed zoning would result in a logical, timely, and orderly development pattern. The subject property and surrounding areas are part of a major transportation corridor, an area established employment centers, commercial plaza, medical centers, schools, college facilities. The proposed zoning would accommodate development scale in keeping with the surrounding area. I highlight that because that is a key part of our application. And then lastly, G, consideration of facts presented today. Thank you, and if you have any questions for myself, I'll be available.
I just have one quick question, Mr. Houston. In your professional opinion, is the request before the board today consistent with the comprehensive plan and the land development regulations of Martin County?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. So, Commissioners, I think, we have a staff recommendation of approval. I think we have testimony from Mr. Houston as a planner that this is an appropriate zoning designation. Again, the current land use designation is general commercial. It's been that for quite some time. And we therefore respectfully request that you approve our request for rezoning to general commercial. We'll be glad to answer any questions you might have, myself or Mr. Houston.
Thank you very much, Mr. Raines. Questions from my colleagues for the applicant's representatives? Seeing none. Questions or comments from the public? Also seeing none. I come back to you, Commissioner Smith.
Staff's recommendation.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion by Commissioner Smith to accept staff's recommendation as presented, seconded by Commissioner Heatherington. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Opposed?
The motion carries 4-1 with Commissioner Hurd dissenting. Thank you very much. Our next agenda item is public hearing quasi-judicial.
It's 2:30, we are preset for
2:30 preset.
the,
Is your person here? Okay. How long do you figure that'll take? Are you going to make a little announcement presentation?
Yes, I have an agenda item to present.
My vice chair has reminded me that we have let me go to it so I can say it exactly the way we're supposed to.
for private attorney question.
Request for a private attorney-client session concerning the case of R. Eric LLC versus Martin County, case number 23-14109-CIV, Canon Departmental Number 4. We're going to hear from our county attorney, who's going to make a little intro.
Yes, Mr. Chair. First, I'm going to just describe that we're on April 17th of 2023, plaintiff R. Eric, also known as Wags About You Pet Store, filed a federal lawsuit. The case is in the U.S. Southern District Court of Florida before Judge Eileen Cannon. On April 24th, the plaintiff filed an amended complaint. On May 10th, the plaintiff filed a second amended complaint, which is the operative complaint. The lawsuit challenges County Ordinance 1192 regarding pet stores selling dogs pursuant to the 14th Amendment due process violations and violations of state statutes namely Section 823.14 Florida Right to Farm, and claiming the county is preempted under Section 163.3162 Florida statutes regarding farm operations on ag land, and Chapter 828 Florida statutes animal care and control from enforcement of the ordinance. On May 18th, the plaintiff filed a motion for a preliminary injunction to temporarily stop the enforcement date, which is June 30th, 2023, by which the pet stores must stop selling cats, dogs, and rabbits. On May 22nd, 2023, the county filed its motion to dismiss. On May 23rd, the court issued an order directing the parties to be here before her for a preliminary injunction. The hearing was set for June 1st. We are asking that we hold an attorney-client session with the board pursuant to Florida law to discuss the current litigation and strategy. My recommendation is that the board agree to meet with Don Donaldson, County Administrator, Sarah Woods, County Attorney, Elise Elder, Deputy County Attorney, Melissa Petrick, Senior Assistant County Attorney, in a private attorney session for approximately 1 hour or less in accordance with Section 286.011 subparen A Florida statute for a strategy session regarding litigation expenditures concerning the case of R. Eric LLC versus Martin County, case number 2314109 CIV Cannon. And with that, I'd ask for a motion for staff recommendation, and then I will take up the script I must read.
So moved.
Thank you. We have a motion by Commissioner Hurd for staff's recommendation, seconded by Commissioner Jenkins. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? I will tell you, and those folks that are waiting, I don't see this taking more than a half an hour.
Yeah.
If not less. Definitely not an hour.
The Board of County Commissioners will now meet privately in an attorney-client session in accordance with Section 286.011 subparen 8 Florida statutes in order to provide advice to the county attorney regarding pending litigation to which the county is presently a party before a court or administrative agency, specifically the case of R. Eric LLC versus Martin County, case number 2314109 CIV Cannon. This section is expected to last approximately 1 hour or less. The people attending the session will be Commissioners Ed Campy, Chairman, Doug Smith, Sarah Hurd, Harold Jenkins, and Stacy Hetherington, County Administrator Don Donaldson, Elise Elder, Deputy County Attorney Melissa Petrick, Senior Assistant County Attorney, and myself, Sarah Woods, County Attorney.
Thank you. We will be back. Okay, we are in the process of our agenda item for attorney-client privilege regarding the case, private attorney-client session concerning the case of R. Eric LLC versus Martin County, case number 23-14109-CIV Cannon, departmental number 4. Ms. Woods, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, please announce that the meeting of the Board of County Commissioners is now reopened to the public, and that the attorney-client session in the case of R. Eric LLC versus Martin County, case number 23-141-109-CIV Cannon is now terminated.
I will say that the
Okay.
case that you just heard is now, our discussion is now terminated. We are
No-
back.
And then I would now like to ask if the board would consider a motion to allow the county attorney to consent to a court order granting a preliminary injunction staying enforcement of Ordinance 1181 as amended by Ordinance 1192 and codified under Section 9.87A period 19 as to the existing pet stores until the conclusion of case number 23-14109 CIV Cannon, titled as R. Eric versus Martin County.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion by Commissioner Hurd with the language that was mentioned by Ms. Woods, seconded by Commissioner Jenkins. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? That motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Chair, I would like to ask if Mr. Doolin could come back to bring up the county's, is it the comp plan change?
It's the
The
rezoning.
rezoning for the county-owned property.
I will allow it.
We'd like the board to reopen the public hearing, please.
Okay.
moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to reopen agenda item PHQJ1 by Commissioner Hurd, seconded by Commissioner Jenkins. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? The matter is reopened.
Thank you, members of the board, and I apologize. The board item incorrectly identifies June 20 as the date for the second public hearing on this rezoning, and the agenda item should reference July 11, 2023 as the second date for the second hearing of this rezoning, and would ask that you'd make a motion to consider it on that date, July 11.
Move the second hearing date to July 11.
Before 9 a.m., or at 9 a.m., before 5 p.m., the motion needs to state. It has to happen before 5.
Does the motion maker agree?
Yes.
Does the seconder agree?
Yeah.
We have a motion by Commissioner Hurd with the language that was presented by Mr. Doolin and Ms. Elders, seconded by Commissioner Jenkins. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? We will hear that for the second time on July 11th, 2023.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Woods, anything else from you on that topic?
No, I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Our next agenda item is public hearing quasi-judicial number 3, request abandonment of portions of unopened platted right-of-ways lying within Port Salerno. It'll be presented by Mr. Tom Walker. Looks like John Mayle is going to participate as well. Since this is quasi-judicial, let me ask my colleagues. Commissioner Smith, do you have any? I didn't ask yet. Do you have any ex parte communications?
If I do, they're filed.
Thank you. Commissioner Heatherington,
If any, they've been filed.
Commissioner Jenkins,
Any of them been filed?
Commissioner Hurd.
If any, they've been filed.
If any, they've been filed as well. I don't believe I've had any, but if they have, they have. Anyone that's going to be offering any testimony, please stand to be sworn in. Mr. Mayle, are you going to offer any testimony? Stand up, please. Otherwise, why are you sitting there?
Do you swear or affirm the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
You may be seated. Do you have a copy of your work history and a copy of the agenda item?
I do, along with the affidavit of publication to submit for the record as Exhibit 1.
Thank you. Any interveners? I believe not.
I'm sorry. I just gave you the wrong one. I'm sorry. Sorry about that.
With that, please begin. You are recognized.
All right, thank you. Tom Walker, County Surveyor, for the record, and good afternoon, Commissioners. Today, we have a request for petitioners Peter H. and Suzette Grin to consider an abandonment of rights-of-way. The requested abandonment consists of 42,750 square feet of platted rights-of-way, as shown in purple on the location map that's currently on the screen. These platted rights-of-way are not, nor have they ever been, open road. Section 139.2 of the Martin County Code of Ordinances requires a privilege fee for abandonment and vacation of county property and roads. However, the board may waive the privilege fee upon a showing of good cause. The petitioner has agreed to donate 6 parcels described in the attached exhibits B1, B2, B3, B4, B5, and B6, totaling 81,752 square feet to be used for the purpose of developing a proposed water quality project for Manatee Pocket. These 6 parcels are outlined in yellow on the map that's currently displayed. The petitioner is requesting the board consider this donation as a showing of good cause, as provided in Section 139(2)D of the Martin County Code of Ordinances, and to waive the required privilege fee. There are also utilities that are within these unopened rights-of-way described in Exhibit A, and the petitioner has agreed to provide easements for the continued use of those utilities upon completion of the right-of-way abandonment. And staff's recommendation is 1, move that the board receive and file the agenda item summary and all of its attachments for the record as Exhibit 1. 2, move that the board adopt the resolution abandoning portions of unopened platted rights-of-way lying within Port Salerno as described in Exhibit A, subject to the following conditions precedent. A, conveyance of land described in Exhibits B1, B2, B3, B4, B5, and B6 to Martin County, and B, proper publication of notice of adoption of this resolution. 3, move that the board agree to waive the privilege fee, finding good cause shown by the petitioner through the conveyance of the parcels to Martin County. And 4, move that the board authorize the chairman to execute all documents necessary to complete these transactions. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. Questions for Mr. Walker? Seeing none, is there an applicant representative for this?
Yes.
Mr. Sawyer, welcome.
Yeah, Tom Sawyer for the record. Actually, the applicant, it's kind of a ditto thing. We have requested the abandonments as part of this overall STA project, which is a very, very good project that we're very, very happy to be a part of.
We are happy to have you a part of it as well. Questions for the applicant's representative? Seeing none, thank you, sir. Any members of the public looking to address us on this? Seeing none, Commissioner Hurd?
We have been pursuing this land swap for over a decade, and it's a great project. Mr. Sawyer is correct. So I'm delighted to make a motion for approval.
Second?
Thank you. Thank you very much. We have a motion by Commissioner Hurd to accept staff's recommendation, seconded by Commissioner Jenkins. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Thank you to everybody who participated. I now understand that we're going to go to departmental number 7. See, Donna, how I did that? Approval and acceptance of an escrow agreement subsequent adoption of a resolution approving and accepting associated deeds and easements and finalization of landowner transaction related to the Manatee Pocket Southwest Prong Stormwater Treatment Areas, STA project. It's a supplemental memo. It'll be presented by Zach Hughes and John Mayle. That's why you're sitting there. Gentlemen, good afternoon. You are both recognized.
So just some context. This project, as Commissioner Hurd alluded to, has had many moving parts. The last agenda item, that public hearing, was one of those moving parts. The item we're bringing today is an escrow agreement that executes all of those parts once they are in place. And so Zach can describe that and the recommendation for the board.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Again, just to echo Commissioner Hurd's opinion on this project. Yes, it's been a lot of punts throughout the years, and I guess we are finally receiving that ball now. So moving forward, I'll act as the project manager for the actual project that's be moving forward for the Southwest Prawn, and that's actually going to be the last tributary that will be treated by a water quality project that will lead into the pocket. So that's pretty exciting stuff. As far as the summary, this is a request for approval items related to the Manatee Pocket Southwest Prawn STA project located in Port Salerno Community Redevelopment Area, describing transactions necessary to allow for successful fulfillment of the project with approval and acceptance of an escrow agreement between Martin County and Peter Henry Grin and Suzette Grin, landowner, whereby documents will be held in escrow pending final approval of the future land use map and zoning atlas amendments for certain properties owned by landowner and adoption of resolution accepting the deeds and easements necessary for the construction and maintenance of the project. So yes, it's a mouthful. So it's just a good tool that we're kind of using before, as far as, I guess the best way to describe it, we're to not put the cart before the horse. So the cart's the escrow, and then we're going to set our horses up and move forward with those processes, the land processes. Let's go to Exhibit A. So again, Tom touched on a lot of this already, but in short, in the yellow there, you see that those will be deeded to the county. The purple will be the right-of-way abandonment, which Tom just went through. And then the green will maintain within Grin's ownership, but the proposed land use change, or sorry about that, the proposed future land use designation and zoning clarification for the retained parcels and the right-of-ways will change from CRA neighborhood to a CRA center and from detached to corridor, respectively. In addition, landowner has agreed to grant county a temporary construction permit access easement over a portion of the abandoned right-of-ways necessary to construct and maintain the project.
I'll jump in here. The parcels in green will be remaining with Peter Grin and his ownership, and the zoning change will be to make them consistent with the adjoining properties to the south towards Cove Road. That was part of the escrow agreement that we worked out with Peter and his attorneys, and that's the one piece that's left to take place. The escrow agreement will assure that nothing else gets executed until that's in place. So that'll go to the LPA next month, and then the board for final approval for that after the LPA hears it.
Well said, John. And then the construction access easements will be run across this purple right here. And then we'll have a permanent maintenance access for this area in here in the yellow. That will be where the retention pond is and the biological activated media upflow filtration box. So with that said, I'll move forward with the recommendations, unless there's other questions for me.
Are there questions for staff? There are none.
Okay, the recommendation is move that the board approve the escrow agreement and to move the board adopt a resolution approving and accepting the temporary construction easement, access easement, and utility easements attached to the escrow agreement as exhibits F, G, I-1, I-2, and I-3 respectively, and improving the accepting the deeds for the lots attached to the escrow agreement as B1, B2, B3, B4, B5, and B6. And move that the board accept and approve staff obtaining any and all additional items necessary to complete this transaction in accordance with the terms and conditions of the escrow agreement. Obtain a same name affidavit from both owners and ensure that all documents are approved by legal in writing prior to finalization and recordation. and to move that the board authorize the chairman to execute any and all additional documents necessary to complete the transaction with landowner.
I missed part of that. Could you start over?
Move approval.
Thank you. Any public comments? Seeing none, we have a motion by Commissioner, an enthusiastic motion of approval from
Yeah.
Commissioner Hurd, seconded by Commissioner Jenkins. This side is not a lot of motioning and seconding over here.
Apparently, we're not allowed to this afternoon.
Well, you got to jump in, jump in. It's not your first day. By Commissioner Jenkins. All those in favor? Aye. Aye. All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Mr. Hughes, you were using football analogies. Today, we're only using golf analogies.
Oh, yeah, that's where I went wrong.
I'm going to give you a mulligan for next time. Okay, now we're taking departmental quasi-judicial number 1. Request approval of the 19th Amendment to the Indian River Plantation Planned Unit Development, PUD, agreement including a revised master site plan and revised Phase 3 final site plan, I-007-005, and it'll be presented by Allison Rozek.
Correct. Thank you.
I think they're hiring people now with names that are going to be challenging for us to. Noggle, Rozek, Walden.
Yampy.
Anyway, welcome back. It's good to see you.
Do we need
Oh, yours is a quasi. Here we go. Commissioner Smith, do you have any?
If any, they've been filed.
I do, and they've been filed.
If any, they've been filed?
If I have any, they've been filed. People are going to read this transcript, and it's going to look botches, missing. Do you have a copy of your work history and your agenda item?
I do. Thank you.
It's never going to happen to you again.
Never.
Anyone that's going to be offering testimony, please stand to be sworn in and raise your right hand. This is why everybody was here.
Raise your right hands. Do you swear or affirm the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Is there anyone intervening?
Not today.
That's good. That was a plus. Do you have, were there any return receipts that were necessary?
There was none necessary. Mailing to surrounding property owners was not required.
Terrific. At this point, you are recognized to continue.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Campy and County Commissioners. Thank you for your time today to hear this presentation. I'm Allison Rozak, Principal Planner at the Growth Management Department for Martin County. I'm here today also as the project coordinator for the Indian River Plantation PUD 19th Amendment and the revised Phase 3 final site plan. A copy of the agenda item and my work history has been submitted for the file. The applicant for the PUD amendment today is Mensa 2 Ocean Hotel LLC, and the agent for the project is HJA Studio LLC, whose representatives are here today. The Indian River Plantation PUD is 177.5 acres, located at the intersection of Northeast Ocean Boulevard and MacArthur Boulevard on Hutchison Island. As background, the Indian River Plantation PUD was adopted in 1977 and since then has had over 18 approved amendments and dozens of approved final site plans. The proposed development identified on the adopted master site plan today originally was built in 10 phases. All such development has been completed to date. Similar to the project before you today, any future development proposed for the Indian River Plantation PUD will be one of redevelopment rather than new development. The main reasons for requesting the Indian River Plantation PUD 19th Amendment, including a revised master plan and a request for a public facilities reservation or exemption, is, number one, a private sector development team is proposing to redevelop 2 vacant commercial buildings within a hotel campus on Hutchison Island, requiring a master plan revision to accommodate the change in use for the buildings. Number 2, staff has recommended that county property be removed from the PUD and rezoned to the proper zoning category of public service district. And number 3, the timetable for development and the housing data on the master plan need to be revised to assign a new development timetable for the redevelopment in Phase 3 and to update the total housing count of of units built to date. The master site plan is being updated to change the proposed use of the site from office bank just to commercial, allowing the redevelopment for Phase 3 of the Indian River Plantation PUD, and to remove the Martin County property, including the former sewage treatment plant and the new fire rescue station number 14 from the PUD simultaneously or right after this agenda item, rezoning the property to a more appropriate public service district. The required revised Phase 3 final site plan, including the certificate of public reservation, is to renovate 2 vacant buildings into a restaurant and arcade, both ancillary uses to the hotel campus, yet open to the public. The former Banks drive-through lane is being removed and replaced with an outdoor patio and a seating area and increased landscaping. Additional windows are being provided along the first floor to increase transparency and the pedestrian feel of the building. Staff found that the proposed 19th Amendment with the revised master plan and the proposed revised Phase 3 final site plan is in compliance with the Martin County Comprehensive Growth Management Plan and all relevant land development regulations and ordinances. According to Article 10 Development Review Procedures, a public hearing at a local planning agency meeting was not required for a PUD amendment nor a final revised site plan, and therefore the file did not go before the LPA and does not come with an LPA recommendation for such revisions. Staff is recommending that the board move to receive the file, the agenda item, and its attachments, including the staff report as Exhibit 1. Move that the board approve the Indian River Plantation PUD Agreement, 19th Amendment, including a revised master site plan and a certificate of public facilities exemption, and also move that the board adopt a resolution approving the revised Phase 3 final site plan for the Indian River Plantation PUD with a certificate of public reservation. That concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Nice job. Questions? No questions. The applicant's representatives, it's your turn.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Once again, Bob Raines, U.S. Attorney with the Gunster Law Firm. Here on behalf of the applicant, I'm going to have to teach Mr. Sawyer when it comes up to identify the law firm so he can plug us on TV when we do it. So, but I'll work on that. So,
You're seasoned.
Yeah.
Where are you from again? What? What's the name of the firm?
Gunster Law Firm.
Oh, so then give him a credit for that one.
Yeah. So, anyway, we're pleased to be here today. We certainly agree with the staff recommendation, as Ms. Rozek laid everything out. I want to say I'm extremely excited to be here on this project today. You know, for those of us who have been around Martin County for quite a while, and I go back to 1988, you know, this property has always been a jewel in Martin County, and it still is, but I think over the years, I think a lot of us could agree that it's, you know, it's needed some uplift, facelifting, and improvements and stuff. And I can't tell you over the past few years how many people have had an interest in this piece of property and wanted to do things that probably weren't going to be within the scale and the scope of really what we wanted to see on Hutchison Island and with respect to this piece of property. So I was extremely excited when the applicant came in and hired us to help them and assist them with us, because they are doing something and keeping this place in the scale and the scope and I think what people want to see on the island. But they're making incredible, I think, improvements. They have some tremendous plans. Some of those things aren't here before you today because it's just building permits and required, but I think it's very exciting and the right folks to come in and take this project over. So we're very pleased to be a part of that today. At this time, what I'd like to do is ask Erica Beitler to come forward just to do a quick short presentation, and then I have a couple of questions for our civil engineer, and then we'll be glad to answer any questions that you might have. So I'd like to ask Erica to come up at this time, and hopefully I have the right HJA Design Studio employee before me today.
Yes, sir.
So can you state your name for the record, please?
Yes. Hey, good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Erica Beitler with HJ Design Studio, as Bob mentioned.
And Erica, have you been sworn in?
Yes, I have.
And can you just give us a quick, brief history of your education and work background,
Yes,
please?
I graduated at University of Florida in 2016. And
Gators.
Yes. And I've been
Motion to approve.
and I've been working under Michael Houston since an intern in 2014, I believe. So great mentorship there.
Shows you that internships work
They do.
and lead to permanent employment.
They can.
So-
we have an intern with us, Ty Raymond, who is
At what firm?
at the Gunster Law Firm.
I'll be clear.
So anyway, we're glad to have Ty monitoring this today with us. I don't know if this is going to encourage or discourage him, but we'll see how it goes for him. So anyway, so can you describe the document that I'm handing you, sir?
Yes,
ma'am?
yes, well.
I'm back to Mike Houston.
Yes, this is in terms of what's on my resume, or just?
Is that an is that
Yeah,
your
this is my
resume?
accurate resume with many things I've been a part of with
Okay, so it's
Martin
current and
County.
accurate.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'd like
Many things in the couple of years she's done since graduating college.
to make that applicant's exhibit
Keeps me busy.
1, and then also go right ahead,
Okay,
please.
awesome. Well, thank you for the time, and I know it's been a long day, but we're on the stretch. So this is Indian River Plantation, as all of you are very familiar with. And as was stated, this is a 177.5 acre PUD that's been around for a long while, since the late 70s. And this is accommodates, beach resorts, marinas, family vacation, corporate retreats, gathering, and golf courses, as we mentioned this morning. Oh, I'm so sorry. And really what we're requesting is that the PUD 19th Amendment gets approved with the revised master site plan for the Phase 3 final. We have new ownership at the Marriott Beach Mensa Ocean Hotel. They acquired the property in 2021, and they've undertaken comprehensive improvements and are beginning to do some great renovations throughout the campus of the hotel. Their affiliates are full-service luxury and upper-scale hotels throughout North America. In the next few slides, you'll see some of the improvements that are intended to happen in the next year, and the guest rooms, the pool bar, the lobby, the grill, all that stuff that has been pretty dated. So on your left, you should see the befores and then the graphic afters. So just to give you an idea of the facelift that this company is partaking in this hotel. So it'll be a nice place. So this is the overall PUD, and the changes that are before you is the removal of the 7.5 acre county-owned parcel with the sewer plant and the Station 14 fire station, which looks really good, by the way. And then the change in use from office to from bank office to commercial, as seen in red there. And then the site data to this revised amendment to be applicable up to date to all the built parcels within this PUD. This is the site plan for the Phase 3, and it was a previous Wells Fargo bank, as you guys know. And here you can see renovations will be to the vacant buildings, which we're keeping the shell, but facelifting those buildings to the restaurant, arcade, and market. The forced parking spaces were removed, but now enhanced to a outdoor seating area for guests to enjoy the market food and just hopefully a sunset. There are 3 golf cart spaces to accommodate the golf course users, and just the overall PUD, people can come utilize this amenity. What was the drive-through now is going to be covered seating, so be a really good place to, hide from the sun. And then we're strengthening internal sidewalk connections, which this is, I think this was done in the 80s, so needed to be up to date to ADA standards, and really enhance that connectivity from all directions. And then, of course, landscape, gotta spruce that up to match the great improvements that we will be having on this site. Here you'll see the internal footprint, which there's a lot going on, way more interesting than just a bank and a storage for the existing use. The arcade and restaurant to the building on the east, and then to the west is the market and restaurant area as well. And these are in black and white, but just so when you see them in person, they'll pop and you'll really be excited. And if you have any questions in terms of the design or intent, please feel free to ask.
Terrific. Questions from my colleagues for,
I got just one other thing, I'm sorry.
very well.
I just want to get Mr. Creech here, Rick Creech, to come up just very briefly. Sorry, we'll make it quick, sir. I know you guys have had a long day.
Good afternoon.
Can you please introduce yourself, sir?
Rick Creech, Stewart, Florida.
And you've been sworn in?
Yes, I have.
And can you please give us a quick description of your work history and experience?
Quick description?
Yes.
I've
Very
worked in
quick.
Martin County for well over 40 years, included civil engineering and a professional surveyor.
And can you identify the document I'm showing you, sir?
Yes, it's my current resume.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to make that applicant.
Oh, sure.
Submit that. And just a couple of quick questions for Mr. Creech. Mr. Creech, are you familiar with the engineering plans that were in the civil drawings for this project?
Yes, they were done under my direction.
Okay, and you're also familiar with the Martin County Land Development Regulations and Comprehensive Plan?
Yes, for the last
And-
40 years.
And in
yes.
your professional opinion, does this project meet all those requirements?
Yes, it does.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Now that completes our testimony and just dotting some i's and crossing some t's.
Absolutely.
So we'll be glad to
Any
answer your
questions for the applicant's representatives, any of them? Commissioner Smith?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
So I guess I'm a little disappointed that we didn't hear anything about the question that I raised with you, so I'll raise
Sure.
it again. North Plantation Road. We have been trying to, with the previous owners and the new owners for over 5 years, work with the applicants to put a sidewalk in. At one point, we even discussed completely at our expense and so on. And to no avail have we had anybody that has wanted to work with us and agreed to doing so. Have you had that conversation with the applicant?
Yes, sir, and I apologize. I thought you were going to bring it up, so I didn't.
No,
I
no,
didn't raise it. So,
It'd be easier if maybe you did and you tell us all the wonderful things that they were willing to do to help out our residents.
well, I can tell you, well, let me just say, first of all, we've had a lot of discussions, not only previously with your staff, but also reached out to some of the HOA folks and actually, tried to communicate with them a little bit more. But we're happy to and agreeable to do an easement and provide an easement in that particular area that you're looking for, with the understanding that we would like to be able to do that as part of the post-approval for this project. We don't want it to hold up anything. And also with the understanding that we would still need to work out some of the details with your staff, things such as the timing of construction, whenever that might occur, because obviously we wouldn't want to be doing something like that during season. And some of the other issues, there are some drainage concerns and stuff that we would want to try to, for instance, make sure that are addressed. So we're happy to grant the easement if the county wants to construct the sidewalk there and be a part of the solution, but also like, again, to make that something that we can continue to work with your staff toward.
So a little bit of background, Bob, and thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
For the rest of the commissioners, unless you brief them all on what we're asking.
No, sir, no.
So, Commissioners, for at least 5, maybe 7 years, our residents, we have a couple different associations out there that are part of this conversation. And you probably all can't see my thing, but there's the access road where you come to the four-point intersection, just as you heading east. And there's a partial sidewalk on the east-south side of the neighborhood, but not on the west side, and it doesn't connect all the associations. And we have been meeting for at least 5, 6, 7 years, as I said, even with the prior owners, to get a sidewalk installed. If you've ever been out there, there are residents, there are visitors that frequently use the street for their sidewalk, and the residents are scared to death that someone is going to be hit or has been nearly hit, and that, as staff is drawing with their arrow, it is from MacArthur Boulevard on the west side along the golf course up to the north end, and if you can just take that cursor all the way up, keep going, up to there. And so what we have requested, what the residents have requested, is that we build a sidewalk on that portion, but we need an easement. There are some irrigation issues, there are some potential drainage issues. We have been back and forth with both owners over multiple years of trying to figure this all out. My conversations with staff and even one point right before the sale was to have gone through, this was going to happen just right before, and then they pulled the plug immediately before the sale and didn't want to complicate the sale. And here we are again today, a couple of years later, and we still aren't there. So if staff is agreeable to this post-approval thing, I'm agreeable to that. But it has to be with every assurance that as soon as possible, Bob, that it gets built. Because 5, 6, 7 years for getting a sidewalk built for people that are very leery of their safety. And I've always thought about this whole thing the entire way, regardless of who owned the golf course or who owned the hotel. I would think the liability of something being hit on the road would be far more concerning to an owner than the worry about irrigation and our perspective from the engineering department's perspective on building the sidewalk. So to the point that as quickly as possible, we can get this thing built before season, I think would be a welcome addition to the neighborhood before season comes back in November-ish.
Well, again, we're happy to grant the easement fairly quickly. I think, and we'll work with your staff on whatever the timing is that they want to do, since the county would be constructing it. But again, we would, I think our only question is just on the timing with the season, and then, happy to go over whatever we need to with the staff to try to
Considering
effectuate
the logistics there, we need to have time to design and do the proper things. So we do have George Zama here, who's aware of the situation, and maybe he can give us an idea how long that process might take. I don't want to speak for Public Works.
And my guess, even before George says anything, but he can add to it, we've probably designed it 3 times that I know of. So I'm guessing it's sitting on a shelf somewhere. Because we've been that close, and all the reasons it was held up for were some sort of technical design change issue, but at the end of the day, it's a sidewalk. We're not building a tunnel, we're not building a bridge, we're not crossing A1A, it's a sidewalk.
George Zama, Public Works Deputy Director.
Were you sworn in, sir?
Yes, he
I
was.
was, yes.
That's why he's here.
I want to make sure.
To this point, the reference sidewalk is actually in the CIP. It is unfunded for design, acquisition, with any associated costs for what we call land acquisition, what would be with the easement, and construction. So any design is not an engineered design that I'm aware of. There may be conceptual layouts of what it would, what the proposed footprint would be for the pathway. But we would still have to designate funding, perform a design, and then coordinate our program for construction.
It's a sidewalk.
Don't look at me, we're granting the easement.
So we can put the condition, the PUD agreement to add under F, to add the dedication of the easement will be offered by the applicant in association with the design of the sidewalk. But then I don't know if you want to try and condition it to any timelines or anything.
I shared probably 7 years ago that I would fund the construction. I mean, we did everything in the world but to give it to them. And we still couldn't get there. So that offer, we have hundreds of residents out there. They're taxpayers, and they have been asking for this for a long time. I'm still more than happy to fund it. I don't care what it takes to build it. But it's got to get built, and we got to have an easement. So that's great news, Bob. I mean, thank you. But
Okay, I think that sort of solves the point. You will grant an easement for the property. Our people will layer it into your PUD. Mr. Zama's team will design it, and Commissioner Smith will pay for it. Done. Anyone from the general public looking to address us on this topic? Not the sidewalk topic, I mean the whole topic. Seeing none, back to the board.
You want to?
Sure, I'll move approval.
I'll make the motion, including
Thank you.
the easement that the applicant will grant, and then it'll be funded by District 1. So I'll
Thank
make
you. We have
staff's
a-
recommendation with that addition.
Thank you. We have a motion by Commissioner Heatherington with the verbiage that we've just heard. Is it seconded by the District Commissioner?
Yes, sir.
Seconded by Commissioner Smith. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much for your presentations, for the nice work. Tell the owners there that we're happy with their improved plan for a gem. The next item is public hearing quasi-judicial number 4, a public hearing to consider adoption of an amendment to the Martin County zoning atlas to change the zoning district classification for the Martin County Fire Rescue Station number 14 property, I-007-006. It'll also be continued to be presented by Ms. Allison Rozek. Ms. Rozek?
Quasi-judicial.
Yes, it's a there's a lot of that today. This is quasi-judicial. Commissioner Hurd, do you have any ex parte communications?
If I do, they've been filed.
Commissioner Jenkins?
If I do, but they've been filed.
Commissioner Heatherington?
If any, they've been filed.
Commissioner Smith?
Same if I have them, they're filed.
And if I have any, they've been filed. Do you have a new copy of your work history and the agenda item? Anyone that's going to be offering any testimony, will you please stand to be sworn in?
Do you swear or affirm the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Any return receipts necessary?
We did not receive any that I know of.
Turned in at the LPA.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry.
That's what you meant to say, turned in at the
Yes, they would have been
LPA.
turned in at the LPA.
Anyone intervening?
Not today that I know of.
Good. And with that, please continue.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman, County Commissioners. Thanks again for your time today. I'm Allison, Principal Planner, Growth Management Department. Copy of my work history and the agenda item have been submitted for the file, as well as the affidavit of mailing submitted at the LPA meeting. The owner of the property is Martin County. The applicant is the Martin County Fire Rescue Department, and the agent for the project today is the Martin County Department of Growth Management, whose representative, Mr. Paul Schilling, is here today with us.
Where is he? There you go.
The Martin County Fire Station property is located north of Northeast Ocean Boulevard and west of Northeast MacArthur Boulevard on Hutchison Island. The site is approximately 7.5 acres, consisting of approximately 2.9 acres for the Fire Rescue Station number 14, and the remainder of the site occupied by the former Martin County Sewage Treatment Facility. The site's current future land use designation is institutional general, of which the fire station is a permitted use. The site's current zoning designation is PUD, Planned Unit Development. The request today is to rezone the county property to a more appropriate public service district, specifically to the PS1 Public Service District. As a brief history of the property, the Indian River Plantation PUD was adopted in the 70s. As mentioned before, there's been 18 approved amendments and over many final site plan approvals over the last 50 years. The PUD is fully built out. Most of the uses within the PUD are residential and commercial, including a resort, hotel, condominiums, gas station, commercial store, and former bank office buildings. The institutional uses include the PUD, the former Martin County Sewer Treatment Plant and the recently constructed Martin County Fire Station number 14. In June of 2020, during the final site plan approval process for the fire station, it was recommended by staff that the property owned by Martin County be removed from the planned unit development and rezoned to the Public Service District, PS1, a more consistent zoning classification. The private sector submittal of the development application to amend the Indian River Plantation PUD and revise the master and final site plan for Phase 3 for redevelopment of the commercial parcel presented the county with the opportunity to facilitate the rezoning of our property. There are 3 public service districts, which include Public Service District 1, 2, and PAF. The PAF, however, is not available for the subject property as it is a district specifically reserved for public airports. There is an additional option to create a new PUD, which offers design flexibility in exchange for additional public benefits. In the permitted use table from Article 3 of our land development regulations, the PS1 allows the least intensive use of all the public service districts. For example, those uses that are permitted in PS2 but not permitted in the PS1 that we are requesting are cemeteries, correctional facilities, halfway houses, solid waste disposal areas, kennels, shooting ranges, salvage yards, and trash yard processing. The development standards are the same in both of the PS1 and PS2 public service districts. The Martin County Comprehensive Plan and Land Development Regulations require various factors to be considered when deciding on a zoning change. When considering these factors, staff concluded that the requested PS1 zoning designation is consistent with our comprehensive plan and all of our LDRs. The site is compatible with the surrounding parcels who have similar institutional and recreational uses. The development is located within the primary urban service district, promoting orderly growth, and the area development pattern is well established, and the site will be served the surrounding property owners with public safety and their service needs. The Growth Management Department found that the proposed rezoning is in compliance with our comprehensive growth management plan, all relevant land development regulations and ordinances per Martin County Code. Staff concluded the zoning change is necessary. The PS1 Public Service District is consistent with the property's general institution future land use designation, and a certificate of public facilities exemption is appropriate for such zoning change request. In compliance with Article 10, Section 10.8, the item went before the LPA on June 1st, 2023, and the LPA held a public hearing, reviewed the application for compliance with county regulations, considered the staff report and the public comments, and recommended the application to the board for approval. Staff is recommending that the board move to receive and file the agenda item and its attachments, including the staff report, as Exhibit 1. Move to adopt the resolution to change the existing PUD zoning classification for the Martin County Fire Rescue Station 14 property to PS1 Public Service District and approve a certificate of public facilities exemption. That concludes my presentation today, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Very nice job. Questions for Ms. Rozek? Seeing none. The applicant, Mr. Schilling, do you have anything you want? You're representing the applicant?
No, thank you.
Understood. Any questions from the public on this issue, topic? Seeing none, back to the board. Commissioner Heatherington.
Staff's recommendation for approval.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion by Commissioner Heatherington for staff's recommendation, seconded by Commissioner Smith. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? That motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay, moving right along. Our next agenda item is departmental quasi-judicial number 2, request for a revised final site plan approval for the Three Lakes Project B115-007, presented by Mr. Peter Walden. Ms. Elder is here to assist if need be. Again, quasi-judicial, so this time I will start with you, Commissioner Jenkins. Any ex parte communications?
I have, and they've been filed.
Commissioner Hurd.
If any, they've been filed.
Commissioner Smith.
Have them, they're filed.
Commissioner Heatherington.
I have, and they've been filed.
I have some, and they've been filed as well. Mr. Walden, do you have a copy of your work history and the agenda?
I do, sir.
Thank you. Any return receipts?
None required.
Anyone that will be offering any testimony, please stand to be sworn in. Big group.
Raise your right hands. Do you swear or affirm the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Any interveners?
No, sir.
Terrific. Okay, with that, I think we're ready to begin, and Mr. Walden, I would recognize you to start.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Peter Walden, Deputy Growth Management Director. This is a request for a revised final site plan approval for the Three Lakes Golf Club. It's requested by Lucido and Associates with Morris A. Crady as their agent. There is already an approved site plan and construction underway for the Three Lakes Golf Club as it was received approval on September 27th of '22. The site is approximately 1,216 acres. It's located on the east and west side of Southwest Canner Highway and is adjacent to the C-44 canal. The approved site plan includes 2 golf courses, practice facilities, maintenance facilities, golf shelters, and an existing residence that is utilized for a temporary golf clubhouse. There's 131 acres of lakes to manage stormwater. Irrigation is provided through the C-44 canal, and the open space provided is at 98%. The revised site plan includes a golf clubhouse of about 29,000 square feet, 14 golf cottages. The lakes are slightly modified to add about 10 acres. There is a CO phasing plan with the infrastructure that will allow vertical construction to portions of the property prior to the completion of the entire project. And there's also a request for a waiver for the on-site sewage and disposal systems to go to the 5,000 gallons per day. Open space is still at 97%, and the existing preserve area management plan is unchanged. And there is a parking rate adjustment requested as well, and all the increased parking is pervious as required. This is, there's an outline of the Three Lakes project. You can see South Florida Gateway under construction just to the north. This is the revised final site plan. It's a very large-scale project at 1,200 acres, but there is a clubhouse in this area with a few cottages. That's really the main changes, other than some modifications to the lake. The east parcel is totally unchanged with this application. The LPA pursuant to Section 10.5, Table 10.5 F9, a review of this application was not required by the LPA. Development review staff have found the application to be in compliance with all applicable regulations and the comprehensive growth management plan as detailed in the attached staff report. Therefore, staff recommends approval of the revised final site plan and would move that the board receive and file the agenda item and its attachments, including the staff report as Exhibit 1, and move that the board approve the request for the revised final site plan for the Three Lakes project, including the parking rate adjustment, and move that the board approve the request for a utility waiver to allow on-site wastewater treatment and disposal systems cumulative flows not to exceed 5,000 gallons per day. That concludes my presentation. Be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions for staff from the commission? None at this time. Applicant's presentation.
Good afternoon, once again. For the record, Bob Raines with the Gunster Law Firm. Here on behalf of the applicant, we're pleased to state for the record that we do agree with the staff report and the recommendations and the conclusions in that report. You know, this is a great project. I'm always excited about the golf course projects, especially given my history and past experiences with the game. I particularly think this is a great project. At this time, what I'd like to do is have Mr. Crady come up and give a short presentation, followed by Mr. Davis, Mike Davis. So Morris, if you'll come up, but very quickly, if you could go ahead and state your name for the record.
Yes, for the record, my name is Morris Crady.
And if you could give us a brief history of your work experience.
Sure, I'm senior partner with Lucido and Associates and also certified planner with the American Institute of Certified Planners for the past 30 years and been doing land planning work in Martin County for over 40 years.
And you can identify, please, for us the document I'm handing
Yes, that's my resume.
and the current
It's up to
accurate?
date. Yes, it
Okay.
is. Yeah.
I'd like to turn that in as applicant's Exhibit A, and to save time and for flow, I'd also like to submit, go ahead and submit, because Mike Davis is going to follow Mr. Crady, and I think you all are well aware of his experience and qualifications. So I'd like to just turn his resume in as applicant's Exhibit 2.
Okay.
It would be B.
B. You said A. Well, you said A for the first one.
This is Good evening, or good afternoon. Is this one works?
I think so.
Let me
Give it a
see.
shot.
Okay. So I think you're pretty aware of the location of the site. As mentioned, we're just south of the South Florida Gateway PUD, and actually it's not labeled on here, but also the 30-acre county operations center, which is on the south border of the South Florida Gateway PUD. And we have about 500 acres on the east side of Canner Highway and about 700 acres on the, on the west side along the canal is 500 acres, and on the east side is about 700 acres, just north of Bridge Road. And this is a little older aerial. I think the aerial that staff had up shows the project site on the, that's under construction. We were approved for two 18-hole golf courses and the practice facilities on 1,218 acres in September, and we started construction shortly thereafter in October. We're in the process of building those two golf courses and renovating an existing single-family home by the previous owner that will be used as a founder's house. It will be retained on site and temporarily used as an event center. We're constructing access, temporary parking, maintenance, building, and golf shelters, all in accordance with the approved site plan. This is a rendering of the approved site plan. You can see the on the west course, there's areas that were not developed around the practice area, and those are the areas where we're locating the cottages and the clubhouse. We're adding a permanent clubhouse and parking in that area. We're expanding the practice facilities and adding the 14 golf cottages, modifying the entrance road and expanded lakes, and relocated temporary parking closer to the founder's house, requesting also a temporary utility waiver for the septic tank systems from 2,000 gallons per day to 5,000 gallons per day. And this is what the revised plan looks like. If you just want to go back, you can see the areas that are being developed as part of this revised site plan. And I said it's a temporary waiver for the utility septic system because we have made application under rural lifestyle for a land use change, and we are going to be processing a PUD application that will include a third golf course on the east side of Canner Highway. And you can see that, again, the changes that were made from the previous includes the relocation of the entrance off of Canner Highway, and we expanded lakes in that area. We added actually 10 acres of lakes to this particular site, but ultimately we'll have over 180 acres of lake on the site when we build the third golf course. Let's see. I can't get it to go now. There we go. So those are the proposed revisions. Let's see if we're going in the right direction. Excuse me, I haven't operated this mouse before. All right. So the total area has actually been reduced to 1,216 acres because we donated over 2 acres of right-of-way on Bridge Road as part of the original application. The golf course area and facilities have increased to 514 acres, whereas before it was 475 acres, and that's the area consumed by the golf cottages and the clubhouse facility. Lake area has been increased by about 10 acres over the original 131 acres. There's no change to the preserve area, and the total open space is still at 97%. It was at 1,205 acres, which was 98%, so it's been reduced a little bit based on the new facilities and the impervious areas that were added to support the golf clubhouse and cottages. The project features remain the same. We're still taking nutrient-laden water from the St. Lucie Canal and stored on site in our constructed lakes to irrigate the golf course and all the landscape areas. We'll ultimately divert more than 4.5 million gallons per day from the St. Lucie Canal from being discharged into the South Fork of the St. Lucie River estuary. We don't need any irrigation wells because of that, and which helps protect the on-site wetlands and also recharges the aquifer. And we're providing enhanced water quality treatment, filtration, and aquifer recharge throughout the site by virtue of the course design. We're providing significant native landscape buffers along Bridge Road and Canner Highway. We're more than 250-foot setback from the St. Lucie Canal. That hasn't changed. We've done an incredible job of relocating native trees and vegetation, and Mike will go into that in a little more detail in a moment. But we're using all of the existing oak trees, everything down to palmettos and grasses. on the site and relocating them in areas where we're not building a golf course. All preserve areas are in the process of being enhanced and will be managed in accordance with the approved preserve area management plan. And we're enhancing wildlife habitat throughout the site. And again, I think I mentioned before, there'll be no hunting on the site, which has occurred over the past several decades, and the neighbors are happy to hear that.
Just people looking for birdies and eagles.
That's right, that's right. So with that, I'd like to introduce Mike Davis, just to give you his viewpoint from being on the ground and designing the south course and his experience while this has been under construction. Mike?
Mr. Davis, welcome back. Thanks for spending the whole day.
Commissioners, thank you again for the time, and to the staff. Don and I talked at a break, but you should know the staff has been so wonderful to work with. They've been helpful, and I mean, I think that's the descriptive I would use. So thanks on behalf of the whole project for everything you've done so far. So
Good to hear. We were unsure about that group.
So I guess to start out with, what I really wanted to talk about were impacts environmentally and impacts from an economic standpoint of the project. And what I really want to do is, I know today we've essentially, what we're doing is proposing the 2 golf courses, so on. But the vision of 3 Lakes, which, by the way, let me clear up one point of confusion. 3 Lakes Golf Club is the holding company. It was created a couple years ago. The name of the club will actually be Apogee. So if you hear Apogee, that is the name of the club that we're always going. But there's been some confusion. So really what I wanted to do was talk about holistically, when this project's built out, what is it going to do environmentally? What's the impact, and what's the impact on the community? As you saw up there, I believe, at least conservatively, that we will have at least 95% green space, probably more like 96, 97% green space when this project's fully built out. And if you break that down, that means that well over 1,100 acres are going to be, roughly made out of about 180 acres of lakes, couple hundred acres of preserved native upland preserve, as well as wetlands. In fact, we're already on those 2 things making some really nice progress with invasives and exotics in terms of remediation. But listen, when we have that much acreage, over 1,100 acres, it's great for stormwater filtration, it's great for wildlife, it's great for air quality, and at the end of the day, what is this club being built for? It's for really human enjoyment, and so I think, one of the things, and more than one commissioner has made this comment, that this is roughly 1,200 acres that is being taken off the market and that will not be housing. It's really going to be, as I said, at least 95% green space, and we really do hope in perpetuity, but certainly for a long time. Morris went through it, but we will be pulling water from the St. Lucie River, the C-44, for irrigation of both the golf courses and the landscaping. And I think when we looked at this property originally, we were so excited about it because, 1, it was close to the river, but 2, it was a very sandy piece of property, and anybody that knows golf course design, any golf course in the world is better if it's built on a sandy, well-draining soil than heavier soils that just don't drain. The third thing was it had this plethora of beautiful, natural, native trees, which I'll talk a little bit about. But back to the water, we are already pooling for the 5 lakes we've created water out of the St. Lucie. And if I showed you, we've already done testing of what our lake looks like water-wise versus what the St. Lucie, and the results are remarkable. If I took a glass of water out of the St. Lucie, it would be a kind of a brown tannish color. If I did the same thing out of the lakes, it's clear. And I think it gets back to what we talked about in this morning's session, is that this is really a win-win. For us, we're getting better water than we get out of the ground. It's got nutrients in it. We will use less nutrients on the golf course because of this. And it'll whether that water evaporates or whether it's used by the plant or whether it goes down to groundwater, or in cases where you've got a storm event, it will go wherever it's going cleaner than when it first came out of the St. Lucie. So for us, it's a win-win, but environmentally, it's a great win-win. And I guess that's one of the very sexy parts of this property, is it's up against the St. Lucie. Other environmental impacts. We have already transplanted thousands of trees, shrubs, native grasses. I'd love to bring all of you out there to see it because we're about halfway done with the first golf course. It looks like native Martin County. We've got sables that were native. We've got live oaks. We've got laurel oaks. We've got myrtles out there. We've got slash pines. And really the only thing we're not transplanting are the big slash pines, which you really just can't which you can't transplant. But when this is all said and done, we will have transplanted tens of thousands of trees. And right now, what the architects want and what ownership wants on this first course, it is just native plants. So that's all you see. The only plants we brought in so far are literally the Bermuda grass that we're planting for the fairways, and that was from a Martin County farmer. So it has this wonderful look and feel of Martin County. And speaking of, we talked about roughly 180 acres of lakes per Martin County code. All those will have littoral shelves. And when you sit and you do the math, we will be planting close to 1 million aquatic plants when this is all said and done. And it's, again, it beautifies, but it's a great thing for, great thing environmentally too. Something else that I think is a bit of a good surprise for us with the property, but when you're digging lakes and you do that, this property is you don't have to be told this, but it's almost dead flat. We're about 19 to 21 feet above elevation, and we want to make sure the golf surfaces are high enough so they're high and dry, so the ball's bouncy. You heard Thomas Barrett talk about this morning. So that's where you get your material to shape. That's how you make interest in the golf course. But one of the things we discovered is when you get down in this property about 2 feet, you start to find this orangish sand. Folks, this was a found surprise to us because when you do the testing on this sand, it perks about 9.5 to 12 inches of water an hour. It's perfect for fairways. You want them to drain, but you don't want them to drain too much, so you can hold water nutrients in it. And we have literally mined that. And then in addition to that, when you start to go down deeper in your lakes and you get down to the grayish sand that has the shells in it, we're using that for road base, we're using it for base for vertical buildings, for parking lots. So we've used so much on site that we've hardly trucked in and had to do anything, which is that's good. It's good environmentally, but it's good from a cost standpoint for us too. In terms of maintenance machinery will be state-of-the-art, both with our 2 maintenance facilities. Some of our maintenance equipment will be electric, and we'll be going electric as soon as that's, practical. And that is happening in the golf industry sooner than later. You heard earlier this morning, our sprayers will be brand new. They'll be GPSed. I don't need to go into any more details. You heard it this morning. We already soil test, so when we're putting down amendments, inputs, things like nitrogen or phosphorus, it's only being done where it needs it. So we're not unnecessarily doing. When I talked earlier this morning about how the game of golf is using 40% less nutrients than it did just about 15 years ago, it's because of this type of testing. And frankly, we don't want to use any more than we need it because there's a cost to it. In terms of wetlands, we have a wetland consultant that's working with us really on our planning, the remediation, and making sure we're doing all the right. This person's worked in Martin County for roughly 25 years. And then last, on the environmental side, our golf course superintendent, we hired it here at the beginning of the year. He is certified in the state of Florida and will be utilizing best management practices. He's also worked at a couple golf courses that were Audubon certified. This guy cares about the environment, and I will tell you our ownership cares about the environment. The ownership cares about wildlife. One of our owners, Stephen Ross, it's like almost every time I'm with him, he asks about what's the wildlife going to be. And the wildlife out on this piece of property, by the way, is already very good. But we really believe that it will be better when we're all said and done. Some non-environmental things. The club, when it's fully finished, will employ hundreds of local residents. We already employ roughly 75 that are working on the construction of it. We're utilizing dozens of Martin County contractors and suppliers. And while I don't have the data, I'm fairly confident that we will be a net positive in terms of the tax base. We will be utilizing less services than the monies we pay in on taxes, which I think is a good thing. And the last thing I'll say, ownership, and I've been a part of it, have already met with a handful of Martin County charities. We plan to be very charitable, and as I talked earlier about golf nationwide, it is such a wonderful vehicle to raise monies, and I know our ownership is committed to that. So with that, I'll stop there, but thank you again for your time, and thanks for your support. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Questions for Mr. Davis? Commissioner Hurd.
Yeah, I recognize that a golf course can absolutely be an asset and beneficial, but where's the planting plan? Where are the requirements that the water quality is going to be monitored? Where is the habitat restoration promises? Where is the pollination protection plant promises? These things are all, those are good intentions, but they're not part of the plan.
Yeah, well, Commissioner, I would say that some of that you said is, we have submitted that to the county in terms of what the landscaping plans are, the plans for littoral shelves. In terms of best management practices, as you heard this morning, they're not required by the states, but I can tell you it's this ownership's intention to do all the right things, environmentally and for the community itself.
Well, that's laudable. As I see Martin County being converted to one big golf course, that's just not enough. I need to be able to measure.
Well, I think,
the
you know,
success.
on water, because you brought up water, I think it's safe to say, and you heard it this morning, it's absolute factual. Data has backed it up numerous times that stormwater coming into a golf course is almost always dirtier than when it leaves the golf course. So it's almost like in that sense, you don't need it. But we do test on a very regular basis. The plans, if you'll hear this from our engineers, we will only discharge back into the C-44 in a very unusual water event. Most of it, once it comes out, it's going into our lakes, and it'll stay in our lakes, and it'll be used for irrigation. It'll eventually work away to groundwater. So data was going to show that the water we bring in is absolutely dirtier than the water that we put down into groundwater, or that might, in that 100-year event, go back into the C-44. So, I mean, I think we're going to test, and we're not required to test, but we want to test. First of all, the reason you want to test water is you want to find out what's in that water and what do we have to add to it. So it's almost a necessity if you want a good, healthy turf surface.
Thanks.
So thank you.
Commissioner Heatherington.
I just have a couple comments. One, I found this morning was so educational for me. I'm not a huge golfer, although I don't think I'm a terrible golfer when I do golf. But I found it very educational as far as the wildlife habit. I feel very satisfied with the water quality and how you referenced pulling out of the C-44, and I feel that it is a positive for the area. Many people would prefer nothing go here, but that's obviously not an option. I haven't had an opportunity to go on your tour, but I have heard that you using the native vegetation is really important to you, and I look forward to seeing that because it was always important for me to keep that Canner Highway a very rural highway and to keep native vegetation. I would cringe if I drove by and saw a bunch of unnative green palm trees everywhere. It would to me impact the character of Canner Highway. And then I just got very excited when you started talking about the jobs, and I was having a conversation last week in a small town up in Montana who they had lost a lot of their industry like we did here. We lost a lot of our citrus. And what citrus provided for us, not only was it farming, it was keeping all that land that rural land, busy farming, but it provided so many jobs for so many families here in Martin County. Not only the fields, the farms themselves, but truck drivers, those that sold the chemicals, those that provided services. And many of those of us that grew up, we went to school, with those families. We were friends. Now, many of those families had to eventually move because what happened when the citrus industry disappeared, they lost all those jobs. So one of the most exciting things I heard you say is that it would employ so many more local people, and I think we need that, Martin County, whether that be service, on the course or auxiliary, services that are related to golf. I think we've been missing that for a long time as farming has disappeared, and even though this is a different kind of service, but it still will provide many, many jobs, and I'm very excited about that. So I like the project. I like what you've done so far, and I know we're waiting for public comment, but pending any public comment, I will move staff's recommendation for approval.
Commissioner, thanks for those comments. One of the things I didn't point out is that this club will be open 12 months a year. I mean, some clubs down here are seasonal in nature, but this one, and that's not to say that the summer won't be slower with less golfers than the season, but it will have employees 12 months of the year. So thanks again for the time.
Commissioner Doug Smith.
Michael, mine's going to echo a lot of what Stacy just said, so I won't say as much as maybe she said, but the presentation this morning I thought was incredibly helpful, I think for us, but also for the public. We all talk about the economic impacts of something, whatever it may be, and whatever's happening in Martin County. But the interesting thing about this, anybody could have spent a fortune trying to recruit business to come to Martin County to do something. And what I find fascinating about what's going on with this whole golf experience that's happening, we haven't recruited at all. I mean, we haven't done anything. We haven't spent anything. And you guys are doing this on your own at an enormous cost. And as Stacy said, the benefits of it are staggering. And you've alluded to all of them. I think the environmental side of it, the water side of it. But on the economic development side of it all, it's as big a picture, it's a big a story as anything else, that there would be counties in the state that would die to have this happening in their county. I think of when we go to Tallahassee and you're going through this sort of north on 75, and there's those million square feet warehouses on either side with thousands of FedEx trucks in the parking lot. Somebody probably recruited that, and for them, that was great. Fantastic and good for them. Here, if we had to come up with a CIP sheet to duplicate what MacArthur has done, what you guys are doing, what others are doing with water quality and native habitat restoration, we would never afford it. We would never do it. It would never happen. So we're getting all of that. We're getting, as Commissioner Hetherington said, fantastic job opportunity and a lot of local purchasing of a lot of different stuff that's going to benefit a lot of different businesses in Martin County. It's really amazing what you guys are doing. And again, on the economic development side, if there was something that someone said in Martin County that we should be doing more of and trying to recruit more of, and that's going to cost millions of dollars to get from A to B, I think anything that we could have done to help you get there faster, and I'm sorry it's kind of taken so long to get where we are today even, I wish it could happen faster. I wish you could, I wish you'd already be playing out there, quite honestly, because of the impacts and in the most positive way. So to you and all the project people involved, fantastic, kudos, great job. And all of us probably can't wait to see the end product. I really can't. It's fantastic.
Commissioner, thank you for the very kind comments. One of the things I mentioned, I've traveled a lot nationally with golf, and I can tell you, a project like this has not been done before. I mean, if you think about clubs that are multi-golf course clubs that have 3 courses, they're always tied to a real estate development, always. And, you know, that's where we're blessed with 2 wonderful owners who have done well in life, and they want to create a legacy project. They love this area. And because you've got to have, you know, a financial staying power to make this work, because you're not underpinned by selling lots. But that's going to make this all the better. And they are absolutely committed, and that's why I think this is so exciting. And I just tell you, if you're not in the golf world, there is an incredible buzz to this, nationally and even nationally. And we have been very quiet about this because we wanted to get through this process, but there are, you know, virtually everybody in the game knows about Three Lakes and Apogee. And so it's exciting. So thank you for the comments. We're very excited.
Back to you, Commissioner Hurd.
Yeah, I have some parking data questions and also some septic tank questions.
Morris?
Parking data, there are 199 parking spaces for the clubhouse. How many members is this club going to have?
Well, initially, 60 members based on the utility waiver. We couldn't do any more, but as I mentioned, the intent is to apply for rural lifestyle and connect to water and sewer, which is adjacent to the property, actually being extended to the county's operations center. So our intent is to increase the membership if we can tie into water and sewer.
Two?
That's undetermined, but at this point, the parking, as you can see, is identified on the site plan, if you want to pull that up.
Well, there are
And so the parking required is,
296 parking spaces.
well, you can see the two 18-hole golf courses by code require 108. The 9-hole short course requires 27 spaces. The 2 driving ranges require 78 spaces, and the 14 cottages require 28 spaces. So we're required to have 241 spaces. We're providing 296 spaces, and all of the extra spaces are pervious parking, as required by code. So we're asking for a parking rate adjustment to allow for 50 additional spaces, with understanding that those have to be pervious parking.
I'm just wondering if there's 60 members, why you need 296 parking spaces.
Well, we do expect there to be charitable events out here even before the memberships, and you know, those would be events that may require that additional parking.
And also there's a temporary sales center of 2,800 square feet. What are you selling?
That's for marketing the memberships. That'll be off of Bridge Road in this area, so it's just for marketing memberships and for welcoming visitors to the site.
And the plan says that the cottages' total square footage is 34,496 square feet?
For all of the cottages combined, yes. Right now, there are 14 one-bedroom cottages.
I got it. We got a founder's house, it's 5,400, and we've got cottages that are 34,496 square feet. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Because if you turn to your later pages, Pod B, which is 9, and Pod A, which is 7 of 10, there are a total of 14 cottages, and the total of Pod A is 21,830 square feet. Pod B is 22,472 square feet. The total square footage is not 34,496, but rather it's 40,508, which is right. They're on the same set of plans.
Right, well, we'll clarify that.
Which is it?
I'm not sure how to get with the architect, but we were given those numbers from the architect. But they're still representing 14 cottages.
Well, the square footages are inconsistent. What else is inconsistent on this?
Well, the actual floor plans are correct. They're shown on the site plans.
Okay, then the figure on the front building data is incorrect?
We'll correct that if it is.
Okay, I'd also like to ask some questions about the septic. Are you the one to answer those?
Sure. Mhm.
Okay, so the waiver requests 4,565 gallons per day.
Correct.
The clubhouse uses 1,725 of those.
Correct.
The existing house, that's one house that is 5,400 square feet, that's going to use 580 gallons per day.
That's an existing septic tank system, so we just identified what's existing.
Well, it's according to the gallons per day calculations, that's going to use
Right,
500.
we had to account for that.
North Cottages, which is Pod A, which has 7 cottages, 21,800 square feet of cottages, uses 20 gallons per day more.
Because they're restricted to one bedroom only until such time we
One
can.
is 2 and the rest are 4. And you're saying the total of those 7 cottages on Pod A are only going to use as much as the founder's home.
Right, we're going to restrict the use, absolutely, to one bedroom for each cottage, so that it doesn't exceed that requirement.
Pod B, on the other hand, has 7 cottages, I guess, and it's 22,000 square feet, and it only uses 800 gallons per day.
It's correct.
This doesn't.
It meets the requirements with the health
So many
department, and we
inconsistencies.
basically.
There is no way that 7 houses and 8 houses, or 7 and 7, are going to use the same as 1.
Well, we're hoping not have to build any septic tank systems except for the maintenance area on the west side, because we have made application on rural lifestyle, and we'll be coming in with the PUD application, where we'll be describing public benefits and going through that entire process with the intention of hooking up to existing water and sewer that's adjacent to the property.
That's not the application that's before.
That's correct, so we had to
The one that's
restrict.
before us today is full of glaring inconsistencies.
The only one you pointed out was with respect to the clubhouse or the cottages.
And the cottages, yeah.
Right, but it's still restricted to one bedroom, and the floor plans are shown on the site plan.
That
so-
means that you've given us a gallons per day estimate that's not based in fact.
It is based, in fact, it meets the Florida Administrative Code under the Health Department
Doesn't. 7
regulations.
cottages do not use the same amount of septic.
If you restrict the use, it does, and we have to restrict the use until we can tie into water and sewer.
With, also the cottages, that's per day gallonage. There's going to be long stretches where none of these cottages are even habited.
I don't think that's how you're allowed to calculate that. I think you're going to have to.
think it is taken on an
that you
average
have to
gallons per-
calculate it upon however many bedrooms are there.
Right, that's correct.
4 versus, a house that has 4 bedrooms uses the same as 7 houses that have 15 bedrooms, 20 bedrooms.
Again, each cottage is one bedroom, and we had to allocate 20 gallons per day per
That's
bedroom.
not what your plans say. Your plans say that they're either 2 or they're 4, all of them. There's not a 1-bedroom cottage in any of your plans.
I think the utility waiver restricts it to one bedroom, though.
Yes, the utility waiver is going to cap their usage at 5,000 gallons per day, and that can be monitored by the flows generated.
Way too many inconsistencies in your plan and in this application.
Well, we'll be back before you, hopefully with another application for the PUD within the next few months, which will do away with all the septic tank systems.
Anything else, Commissioner Hurd?
That's it.
Thank you.
Oh, there is one more thing.
Oh, time's up.
According to the LDR's table 3.11.1, these are permitted uses: general retail sales and services, limited retail sales and services, golf driving ranges, parking lots, and restaurants are not permitted uses in this land use.
Are you done?
I am.
That's a conversation that we had about at our last meeting as well on a different project. I think driving ranges and clubhouse dining and pro shops are completely within the realm of what the golf experience in the golf world is. Couple of different things to break down. First off, Mr. Davis kept mentioning about a conversation we had this morning. Some people are tuned in now and hadn't seen the morning portion. There was some previous concern in the past about the proliferation of golf courses here in Martin County, and it was making some people concerned because I believe, in my opinion, they had an outdated opinion of what golf courses were like to the environment. And this morning, we had an expert from the University of Florida, who's obviously a world-renowned, or at least nationally renowned expert on golf, and the process of making it really best management practices to make it an environmental benefit to a community versus something of a problem. We had a greenskeeper, the superintendent from a notable golf course here in Martin County, had been at it for 15 years. So from the environmental aspects of the courses itself and the uses, I think it doesn't need further debate. I think it's a benefit. Our county being, different than other areas and having always had a very restrictive throttle on growth and what the county would be like, we've seen legislation come down from Tallahassee that puts a lot of this, the potential of our green spaces, historic green spaces, into question. Adding golf courses is the perfect way to protect green space at someone else's expense. Like I mentioned this morning, two of our commissioners, our longtime commissioners, have been champions of raising money through grants or the residents taxing themselves to purchase conservation land that is then owned by the county or some other entities, governmental entities, coming completely off the tax rolls. And quite often having no then finances or plan to allow public access to a lot of those areas. So they're purchased and restricted.
Or maintenance.
What?
Or maintenance of those areas.
Or then we're also responsible for the maintenance. Now, one of my colleagues said, hey, Commissioner Hetherington, to make a point, said a lot of people would prefer that nothing happens here. Well, nothing happens here is not really an answer because something does happen. They get strangled with vines and exotics, and the property becomes, inhabitable to many wildlife, and it restricts water flow, and it leaves itself open for people to trespass and ride motorcycles and four-wheelers. It just destroys the property. Left alone, it doesn't stay pristine. It needs a tremendous amount of work. Golf courses, in my opinion, are terrific. We've already discussed all the environmentals. This creates a green belt. This particular project, although 3 golf courses, has basically 0 residential houses on it. We're getting into the proverbial weeds about 14 one-bedroom golf cottages and about a 5,000-gallon per day flushing flow. Means nothing because this could have been developed if by right into hundreds of homes that would have generated thousands and thousands of gallons per site. This is 5,000 gallons on how many acres grand total here again? 1,200. I get the rules, and there's a way that you're looking at them one way. Our staff has looked at them, a whole group of staff, professionals that have all sorts of training, and then the applicant's professional staff. And our legal staff feels that we're not breaking a rule. So I lean with our professional staff, although I respect your option to disagree. In terms of the golf and making this sort of the epicenter for golf, I was thinking, while I was listening to some of the speakers, if I were to mention Ocala in Florida, most people know exactly what I'm talking about. We're talking about horses. And if I were to mention Wellington, everyone knows exactly what we're talking about. We're talking about polo. And if you want to keep going, you got Cocoa Beach and Titusville, which is the Space Coast, and you have Daytona for racing, and you have Orlando for amusement parks, and you could do the Keys and everything else. I believe we are well on our way of making Martin County, when you hear Martin County, people will think golf. And if they're going to think something, not just statewide or regionally, nationally, internationally, I'm perfectly happy for people to think of Martin County for golf. We heard Mr. Davis say this morning that golf as a profession, as an industry, has donated $4.6 billion or, generates $4.6 billion in charitable donations, which is more than all of the other professional sports combined. And I've heard that statistic in the past. Now, how does that affect the locals? Because I will agree that this is going to be high-end golf. Most of our residents will never have the opportunity to play on these courses. I've never played at the MacArthur Club or at Sailfish or at the Medalist or at Mariner Sands, and most people don't. I also don't have any young kids in school anymore, but I still pay into the school system because it's part of the benefit of our community. What this group has discussed is the fact that they will open their facility a couple times a year to not-for-profits. All of us get invited, all the commissioners get invited to play in charitable golf outings. I think when you talk about charitable fundraising, golf outings is the premier issue. They all have their annual golf outing. And so for them to do that will be a huge benefit to our not-for-profits. The hundreds, if not thousands, of people that will be employed at every level of the employment ladder, from greenskeeping and wait staff to professional management to we know that some of this course maintenance requires almost like a PhD in chemistry to operate these facilities. But that being said, this facility, which won't cost us as taxpayers or the county any money in terms of developing and building it, to Commissioner Smith's point, we didn't have to send the Business Development Board and Ted Astolfi out there to, beg this very well-known group of owners to come and invest millions of dollars in our community. They will also, these folks that will come here, they will donate to charities. I know for a fact that, having grown up as a son of an employee of a high-end golf course up north, the members are extremely generous to the places that they live and work and play. So if they're from Ohio and they're playing golf, or they're members here at Apogee, and they hear about the Children's Services Council or the United Way or House of Hope, they'll also donate here. And then there's no hotels on this property. There's no, there's dining opportunities, but I'm sure a lot of these people will dine in Hobe Sound and come to Palm City and shop in downtown Stewart and go to the Lyric Theater and the Elliott Museum. I can't see a downside to this. So I would hope that you will all leave, especially the ownership and the representatives of the ownership, will leave knowing that we are very pleased that you've made this decision. I will speak for myself. My colleagues can speak for themselves. This is by no means a problem situation. It is, you, from my perspective, are being welcomed to our community with open arms and thanks. And with that, we will allow Commissioner Hetherington to have the final word.
I think you summed that up. I was just going to ask Pete, if these are probably 21 to 20 now?
Yes, the zoning?
So if each one of those would be entitled to 2,000 gallons per day, is that right?
Correct.
So if you assumed 50 houses or so, then that's 100,000 gallons a day on the same,
That's correct.
the piece. So I feel very comfortable. That was all, Mr. Chair.
Perfect. Anyone from the public looking to mention this? Back to the board, we already have a motion for approval of staff's recommendation from Commissioner Hetherington.
Second?
We have a second by Commissioner Jenkins. All those in favor? Aye. Aye. All those opposed?
Opposed?
The motion carries 4-1 with Commissioner Hurd dissenting. What?
Can we break for a minute?
Yes. Let's take a 10-minute break for closed captioning, and we shall be back. Go Navy. Okay, we are back from our late afternoon closed captioning break, and we're taking up departmental item number 1, Office of Management and Budget items which require board approval. There are 9 items, and they will be presented by Ms. Jennifer Manning. Ms. Manning, good afternoon. You are recognized.
Hey, good afternoon, Commissioners. Jennifer Manning, OMB Director. The first item on the agenda is permission to apply to the Federal Transit Administration for the FY21 5307 American Rescue Act Urbanized Grant. It's in the amount of $611,287, and the funds will be used for operating assistance. A small portion would be used for security and safety enhancement. There is no match required for the grant. Second item is permission to apply for the FY23 Water Quality Assistant Grant through the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. The grant funding is for $60,000, and match dollars is $40,000, which is program in the budget. And this will be used to conduct a series of citizen science workshops on the best management practices for freshwater lakes function. Third item is permission to apply for the Children's Services Council after-school, out-of-school grant funding of up to $400,000. Those funds will help to pay staff salaries, supplies, programming, and maintenance. The areas that are covered is Golden Gate, Jensen Beach, and Port Salerno. The matching funds are budgeted in the park operating budget. Next item is permission to apply for through the Florida Department of State Division of Historical Resources Special Category Grant. This is a grant that would be for $108,019. It requires a 50% match. Funds will have to be identified if that grant is successful, and they will utilize those funds to replace the roof and the gutters for the House of Refuge.
What district's that in? Oh, 1.
Yeah.
Here's which district that was in.
The House of Refuge and yours. So
Yeah.
yours and Jensen.
That was the mansion at Tuckahoe.
Everything, right?
The Arch and Rio.
Okay. Item number 5 is permission to accept $532,454, which is a supplemental funding for the Southeast Indian Street resurfacing, drainage, and improvement project, and their matching fund is budgeted in the CIP.
You know, it's not in District 1, that sidewalk on Plantation Avenue.
Oh.
Oh, yes, it is. It's gonna be.
Maybe.
Okay. Item number 6 is permission to accept the amendment number 1 for mosquito control agreement. This is an additional $9,800, which will be used to purchase additional chemicals. Item number 7 is permission to accept the Florida Department of Environmental Protection grant funds for Coral Gardens vacuum sewer project. This is a $8 million grant. Hooray, nice money. The matching funds will be provided through various sources, which includes SRF, in-kind, and FP&L, Florida Power and Light. Okay, item number 8 is permission to accept the Clean Water State Revolving Funds for projects which includes Port Salerno, New Monrovia, and Western Extension sewer projects, and this is in the amount of $20 million. This is a state revolving funds loan, if you will, that will cover the costs of these projects. Item number 9 is adjustments to the FY23 budget, and there are 4 items within that section. The first one is requesting a budget resolution approval to adjust various funds due to the post fund balance adjustments that was made by the clerk, and that was done after the fund balance was done, so we needed to do some adjustments to align the budget. The second item B is requesting a budget resolution to allocate additional revenues for Seaside Cafe, and that is due to the high performance, and the staff anticipates an additional over $350,000. That's over the budgeted amount of revenues for Seaside Cafe.
Can I stop there just for a second?
Mm-hmm.
First of all, what district's that in?
1.
All of our staffs do an amazing job at everything they work on, but I gotta tell you, our staff at our places on the beach, they're fantastic. They are doing a really great job, and what's fun to watch is they're incredibly competitive. They want to be able to do more and get more done, and it's just they're nice, they're pleasant, they're helpful. And they really do a great job. So I just want to kind of give them a little bit of plug, and the revenue generated is clearly part of their performance in terms of how they're doing what they're doing out there. So anyway, just a little plug for our.
I would echo that, Commissioner Smith. Whenever we have out-of-town visitors, we always take them there, and that's several bridges for me. But even when there's a huge line, and, you know, I've actually run snack bars on the beach in my youth. It's very difficult. The facility there is not big, but it's obviously very well laid out, and they work as a fine-tuned team in there, because if there's 15 people online, they breeze right through. It doesn't take a long time to get the food. They could not be friendlier. They're buzzing around, cleaning and wiping the tables and turning the tables. I'd have to think it's one of the best performing operations we have in the county. And that's saying something, because we have a lot of them. So I agree with Commissioner Smith. One time.
Really?
Thank you.
Okay, the next one is also approval
like it
of a resolution for revenues that is going to exceed the budget, and this is for Indian Riverside Park. We're just requesting $70,750 increase and the corresponding expenses as well. The final item is the Utilities Department is requesting approval of a budget transfer in the amount of $495,000, as well as a capital improvement sheet modification. And this is to order the automatic read meter replacement. And they need to order, there's like 11-month backlog, so they need to order them in advance. So they're asking to move their, funding forward so they can so they can request those meters. And that concludes my presentation.
Move approval.
Second.
Third.
We have a motion to accept staff's presentation and recommendations by Commissioner Hurd, seconded by Commissioner Smith. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, the motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Ms. Manning, thank you very much. I see a pinch hitter coming in. Departmental number 2, contracts that meet the threshold for board approval, $1 million or greater, will not be presented by Palm City's own Christy Brotherton.
But I'm Palm City resident.
That's what we like to hear.
Tasha Sapp, Martin County Purchasing. I just have one for your consideration. It is aerial photogrammetry, and it is maximum not to exceed value of $1,500,000 with a maximum not to exceed term of 5 years. Recommend action, move that the board award the contract to QPI Geospatial, Inc., and move that the board authorize the county administrator or designee to execute any and all documents related to this request.
Move staff's recommendation.
Second.
That was like a split. We have a motion to accept staff's recommendations from Commissioner Hurd, seconded by Commissioner Jenkins. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
I'll see you in the neighborhood. Okay, the one everyone's been waiting for.
Just not on public transit.
That's right. I won't be able to meet her by the bus stop. Before we continue, let's wish Todd Faust a happy birthday to you, sir. 60 years old today. Good for you.
Wow.
Happy birthday.
Catching up, Todd.
I'd ask you to come and say a few words, but I don't want you to have to get up. This last agenda item of the day, departmental number 3, Sailfish Sands Restaurant Bar in Hitting Bay's operation. It looks like it'll be a whole team of people. It'll be one George and two Kevins that will make the presentation. You're all recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. George Stokas, Assistant County Administrator. Before I get started, I have Mr. Abate to my left, our Parks Director, and Kevin Kerwin, our Deputy Parks Director. But we had a lot of other departments assist as well, County Legal, various other folks in Parks and Rec, as well as General Services. Being one of the last items of the day, I'll try and be brief but brilliant for you, and give you a quick background as well as highlight the issues and where we need some direction. On March 8th, this body approved a public purpose lease for the hitting agreement with La Matina Management Incorporated to operate the Sailfish Sands Restaurant and Hitting Bays.
Last year.
That was last year, March 8th of 2022. The operation of that facility actually started in October 20th of 2022, and the first monthly payment of $42,594 was due 30 days after continuous public operations. So this lease originally was set forth, it's a little bit backward, at least in my mind. Usually you got to pay and then you get to stay there, but in this case you would stay there, run your business for 30 days, and then you'd pay the rent afterward. Which on December 1st, that payment was made. However, the payment for December 1st from La Matina Management was not received until January 4th of 2023, and that would be the last day in which they provided a full rent payment. On January 4th, staff met with the officers of La Matina Management to discuss a resolution. The parties at that point were interested in seeking a seasonally adjusted rent or some other format where we could work with them. They did provide on January 30th a partial payment of $20,000, but did not include the sales tax. Our staff met to resolve with payment issues on that date, as well as ongoing negotiations with La Matina, including their request to make partial payments and enter into a seasonally adjusted rent program. We discussed our county's willingness to accept capital assets, i.e. restaurant equipment, in lieu of cash to meet their contractual rent. La Matina Management did provide the county with a report of that and totaled up to all those costs, including capital equipment, at $643,712. County legal staff assisted, as well as county admin, to ensure that those assets were free and clear and beyond any type of lien. On May 14th, however, La Matina Management surrendered their property to the county, and that was Mother's Day at 4 o'clock. Unfortunately, they were unable, the county and La Matina were unable to reach an agreement to pay the obligated contractual rent. However, on May 15th of 2023, the day after, the county and La Matina Management agreed to transition the negotiations into a mutual termination agreement, which you'll find attached to this board item. At the end of the day, the La Matina Management owed $250,900.84 behind in rent as of May 14th. Ultimately, staff negotiated an equitable exchange for the obligated contractual rent and at a value of $256,831.51. Staff is recommending that that the board approve the mutual termination agreement, which is also attached on that. On May 15th of 2023, the County Parks and Recreation staff accepted control of the vacated property with assistance from County General Services. We have pictures, if you would like, demonstrating what the facility was handed to, what condition the facility was handed to us in. On May 16th, La Matina Management executed their end of the mutual termination agreement. I think it should also be noted that La Matina Management also agreed to assist with the transition plan and the reassignment of point-of-sale software, food, beverage licenses, and provided a list of all future bookings for the facility, which was a very important part and has saved county staff weeks in trying to resolve various issues. On May 18th of 2023, Parks and Rec staff began to evaluate the facility and began rehabbing the facility into a tenable condition for future public events. We did find out once the tenant had vacated the property on May 14th, that the next weekend there was going to be a golf tournament that was promised to utilize that facility for both food and beverage, and La Matina Management was not able to do that. It did cost staff approximately $10,000 to clean the facility in order to pass a state inspection. And then I'd like to move on to that's really basically the history and a chalk point of where we're at. And that leads us into the issues.
George, if I just interrupt, I think the staff has done a good job working with all those folks that had booked rentals to provide them the space and work with catering services so that anybody that's had booked a site has still been able to use the facility even though it's not open to the general public.
That's correct. And I'm hoping that when I go through these issues, I'll answer a lot of questions as it relates that have come up. The first issue is staff is seeking direction from the board regarding future operation of the facility. Staff has prepared the facility is prepared to manage and operate the facility in the interim. We have researched and met with local business analysts to assist in how do we actually value the operation of the business, and what would the local appraisal be regarding the value of the building. In our consultations with these meetings, the majority of the opinion is that you need a full year of operating revenue and expenses in order to provide an accurate picture for an RFP scenario, as well as evaluation of business operations. If it's the desire of this board, we can move forward with running the facility in the interim and developing that data that would then later be used as an RFP to move forward to the private operator, and that RFP would have to come back to this body. So that's issue number one. Issue number two is if the board does desire for us to run this in the interim, we do need direction regarding the service of alcohol. Currently, the county restricts alcohol service to wine, beer, malt beverages, and pre-mixed drinks. The serving of traditional liquor has been prohibited by the county from the county-run facilities. Staff is recommending that the Sailfish Sands Golf Course Restaurant Bar and Hitting Bays follow the same restrictions that you have similar to Seaside Cafe. This mitigates quite a bit of the liability that comes with traditional liquor. This recommendation is also made so that the facility will remain family-friendly and not place the county in any adverse liability position, as our county attorney has very often reminded me and educated me on. So that's issue number two, is alcohol service. Issue number three is staff is also drafting a policy to allow for the tipping of contract, also known as resource government service employees at Sailfish Sands. The reason this policy is necessary and being drafted is because would be the first facility where the county would be responsible for providing tableside service that follows a traditional model of compensation or a resort model. So either you add the tip on yourself, or if you're going to use a resort model, the tip is already added on at, say, 15 or 18%. That's also a traditional model that's used at other golf clubs. Staff is proposing that all transactions will be cashless. That will allow for the tracking of what tips and fair, equitable distribution. And this will allow for all tips to be recorded and reported to the Internal Revenue Service and the Martin County Clerk and Comptroller. We would looking for your direction. The board-directed policy will be provided to you at a future date if this body does desire for us to run it in the interim. Staff has proposed that gift cards will be honored until December 31st, 2023. The current outstanding gift card balance as reported by Toast Point of Sale, I apologize, I should have written that out, is $14,243.80. Gift cards will only be honored if accompanied by a receipt of payment and registered transaction within the point of sale. Staff believes that honoring the commitments of the previous tenant will go far in the overall reputation of the county facility and the county operation and the court of public opinion. We saw quite a bit of questions and activities on social media as it related to this. If the facility were to remain closed, the county will still need to maintain and expense operating costs for our top tracer lease, elevator, life safety cameras, alarm monitoring, landscaping, irrigation, parking lots, AC maintenance, FP&L, and et cetera, which will furthermore, it'll be an expense that we'll have to maintain while we're at least out for RFP or whatever the future of that facility is. It is estimated that developing a revised request for proposal inclusive of the proper advertising, mandatory pre-bid meetings, selection committee review, and lease negotiations will take 4 to 6 months at a very quick pace. This does not account for new tenant startup items, which would be a new alcohol license, food and beverage license, point of sale implementation, hiring, training, and et cetera, which could take up to 4 months just alone. So you could be looking up to almost a 10-month period just to open up from that perspective. And those are the issues. So, and then finally, you will, and I'll wrap this all up at the end, Mr. Chair. There is a budget resolution attached to the document, but staff is proposing that this will be a fee-neutral facility. In other words, it will not be, it will not cost money, it will break even. But we are anticipating approximately, our anticipated operating expenditures based on the data we have in our initial business models is approximately $485,000. We do project that the facility should generate a net profit of approximately 15% annually. And I'm sure if there's more questions fiscally, Mr. Abate would be more than happy to answer those questions. So I'm going to scroll down to the recommended actions. We're looking for this body to approve a mutual termination agreement. We're looking for direction to authorize staff to manage the facility for a period of 1 year and provide an update to the board in January of 2024. Authorize the county administrator to execute 4COP-11CG, which is a golf course liquor license, limiting the sales to wine, beer, seltzers, and premixed drinks and malt beverages. Authorizing staff to utilize, to run the facility as a cashless operation, and direct staff to direct us to bring back a board-directed tipping policy. Looking for your direction as to how, if you would like us to honor all eligible gift cards through December 31st of 2023. We're looking for you to adopt the budget resolution, as well as looking for you directing us to develop a revised RFP to include performance bond and other means to ensure financial viability of future leasing. And with that, I hope I've done it justice and have kept it pretty brief, and be more than happy to answer any questions or comments you may have at this time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stokas. Mr. Abate, anything to add?
Well said.
Oh, how about that? Commissioners, questions, comments? I have some, but I'll allow you, as of course, to go first. Commissioner Hurd.
First of all, I want to say that our staff did everything right with opening, with creating the new course, creating the new clubhouse, doing the RFP planning. We did absolutely everything right. And it just, our leaseholder did not. So I want to just say that staff has been terrific. And I have absolute confidence in our ability to run the hitting bays and the clubhouse very successfully in the next year. I look forward to it. We're going to get critical information throughout the next year as we run this, so that we'll understand when our highs and our lows are, and where our revenues are, where our shortcomings might be. It's going to be a great learning lesson for us, and I have absolute confidence in our staff's ability to execute. So I'm happy to support all of staff's recommendations.
Very nice. Appreciate that. Anyone else? Let me jump in. I agree with nearly everything that Commissioner Hurd just said. I remember when the first time I had a meeting with our staff, February, I guess, that said that there was a problem. I had been there with family and friends during the month of December and a little bit in January. Actually went to a friend's wife. He hosted his wife's 60th birthday there, and a lot of people that were there for the first time ever thought it was remarkably well done. I'm disappointed in our leaseholder, because I will tell you that I felt the times that I was there that the service was first rate and that the food was excellent. So when I originally heard from our senior staff that there was a problem, I was surprised and disappointed, because I thought he was off to a great start. Having done these things on my own in my history in the past, normally there is a sliding seasonal scale. For instance, if you were to rent an ice cream truck and, up north in March or April, you might pay $25 a week for the truck, but in August, you're going to pay $350 a week for the truck. That's how seasonal kind of businesses work. Florida's a little bit different. However, that being said, if the leaseholder couldn't afford to pay us his rent in December and January and February, he certainly was not going to be able to do it in June and July and August. That being said, also, Mr. Stokas, you didn't mention, and I know that you had access, and Mr. Abate and his team had access to the point of sale data and information. It was part of the agenda item. I went very carefully through the entire thing. They made a tremendous amount of money there. It wasn't like we were there as the nasty landlord with a gun to the head of someone who was struggling. They were hitting home runs month after month, just deciding not, as far as we could tell, deciding just not to pay the rent. I did also get a lot of feedback. I assume my colleagues did as well. There was a lot of pushback on social media that somehow made it look like we were the bad guys. To Commissioner Hurd's point, I think staff did exactly. We were, if we were going to critique our performance, we were exceptionally generous, exceptionally compassionate and patient and understanding. This was not a decision where we were trying to force someone out. He and his managerial team forced themselves out. We gave them every benefit. The things that were a concern for me, and I guess the longer we're closed, the more difficult it will become, is and I mentioned a lot of this to Mr. Abate already, is hiring back any of the existing staff that worked there for the leaseholder. Should be, and I think it important to offer them the opportunities to come back, because this is not their fault that happened to them. But the longer we're closed, the more difficult it will be to get any of them back. But I remember some of them were standout employees and fit very well into Mr. Abate's team. The tricky part for us taking it over right now is it's the summer season. And there's a summer season in golf as it is, but I think different than a traditional golf course, these hitting bays is not the same as summer golf. I think this is much more of a social event. It's much more of a recreational kind of get-together kind of a thing. I don't think you're going to see the summer slump that many golf courses potentially would see. I am perfectly acceptable with the running of it in the meantime. However, and I think most of us know, we have seen, in my opinion, sometimes unfairly, the criticism that the county government is operating in the private sector sphere, and that some of the things that we do here internally should be handled by the private sector. I did have a couple of restaurant owners and golf course owners reach out to me and ask if there would be an opportunity for them to participate in an RFP. I also want to remind the public that's listening now that when we originally did this RFP, and Mr. Abate, correct me if I'm wrong, there was only one person that applied.
That's correct.
And that was the La Matia Group. And I remember very well the day that he came. He had a background, and we won't get into his background, but he had a very stellar managerial background for a very well-known, very busy local restaurant. And I was impressed, even though he didn't have a tremendous amount of, being the manager of someone else's restaurant is different than running it and owning it yourself. But I was very impressed the day he came we voted him in with him. And then we were there for the openings. I thought they were off to a great start. So I would recommend that we do an RFP sooner than later for two reasons. One, I think that there might be some interest, now while it's still happening. And two, I think it would be odd and not necessarily fair of our staff to spend a year in-house running this organization, I believe very successfully, to then a year from now say, let's do an RFP and then pull it away from you and your team, having run it for a year. Versus, let's see if there is genuine interest. I think Mr. Donaldson had mentioned to me once about inviting prospective proposers to come to the facility. I mean, shame on them if they're going to, put a proposal in and having not been there, but invite them in for a little more of a behind-the-scenes kind of feel and let them know exactly what this entails. Very few people have experience in managing hitting bays with top tracer golf technology. This is not a driving range where you're hitting regular golf balls. It's much more of an arcade, social kind of an event. And also to have the restaurant. I think what you'd have to present is that and Mr. Abate and I talked about this even today, the restaurant, the actual dining room portion of the restaurant is not where the action is. The dining and catering and food and beverage is happening right at the bays. And so I think that, someone would have to understand that. And a lot of people that were pressuring the commissioners into saying, don't make this an in-house event again, might not completely understand what it will entail. I'm not a fan, and I've read all of the back and forth that you've had in emails and things like that. I'm not a fan of cashless. I get the concept of that. I don't like, and I'll give you my personal opinion, I don't like that societally plenty of organizations, retail establishments are not accepting cash anymore. I won't get into the conspiracy theories of a cashless society, but that being said, I think it's important. You've run plenty of organizations, internally, operations that have accepted cash. I know that some of the only criticism I get of the golf course, of the Universal Golf Course operation, everyone raves about it, except the fact that it's cashless. I've owned businesses. I've had to divvy out tips. We've all worked there or been there. Some people want to tip in cash. Some people want to pay in cash. I think that there's enough safeguards in place that you could still do that without it being a problem. I very much appreciate your policy on accepting existing gift cards. I'm shocked that it's $18,000 or $14,000 worth of outstanding gift cards. It just goes to show you how well they were doing there had they've sold $14,000 worth of outstanding gift cards. But I like the fact that as a community, as a county, we're going to honor them. If you're taking it on the chin with some of these things, then I think we shouldn't blame the people that were nice enough to purchase gift cards, as well as the fact that they did not realize that they purchased those gift cards from an outside organization, the La Matia Group. They assume they purchased those gift cards from us. And so my final, and I know that some people need to get to dinner, is the fact that I would definitely open it up as quickly as you could get your team in there in place. Some of the people that Commissioner Smith were talking about that run your operations at the beach are superstars, not just for us. They're like industry superstars for what they're able to accomplish. I think if La Matia Group was operating the course very well, I think your team will operate it even better. And I would like to see you get it open sooner than later. I'm super disappointed that it was in such terrible shape and that it was so dirty, if you will, considering it was like 6 months old. The facility was brand new. It takes a while or complete carelessness and lack of effort to make a place that bad that fast. So I have, like Commissioner Hurd said, the utmost confidence in your ability to do it. I would put an RFP out to see if there's genuine interest. And the part about the RFP that's different this time than last time is last time the facility wasn't open. It wasn't running. It wasn't operating. There was no track record there. You have one now. And it was run by, an operator that couldn't figure out how to do it. Wait until people see you all do it. Commissioner Smith.
I agree with most of all that. I'm not in so much of a hurry on the RFP. I think staff needs the opportunity to run the facility and get it up and operational so that everybody can understand what it can do. I would say this much about the seasonal issue. Our staff out at Seaside told me 2 weeks ago that 3 weeks ago they broke their record for income out of season. And if you were out there during season, it was crazy during season. I mean, it was just busy, packed, amazing. And so my guess is you give people good service, you give people good food, you treat them fairly, you take care of them. Our staff will do an amazing job getting this thing back up and running. Just the fact that some of our staff went over and helped clean up when we took over was amazing, that they left their shift and went out there to help. They're really committed to this. And, at the end of the day, it still says Martin County on it. No matter who's running what out there, it's Martin County's facility. And our brand, it's important that that doesn't falter, and that we provide our residents, our visitors, with the best experience they can have. So, if the RFP goes out sooner than later, fine. I would much rather see us get our staff there, get it up and operational, try to hire back as many people as we can get back. I heard too, Ed, that there's a family that, through another family that we know, was one of the employees, and they needed the job. I mean, that was an important thing to them, and they were really, really concerned that they were going to lose their job. So the sooner we can get it back up and operational, the best. Let's apply for what we got to apply for. I too heard, I'm sure we all did, I'm sure we heard from the different restaurants that are interested in doing it. They're great restaurateurs. They have a great track record. It's a complex program out there. So we just need to go in eyes wide open, but we at least now, I think, have a better understanding of what that place is and what it can do and what it can't do. So in the RFP world, it will be easier. I say easier. It will be a little bit more clear to really know what we need to do to safeguard the best interests of the county.
Commissioner Hurd.
Yeah, I'm not eager to rush into an RFP either. I have absolute confidence in our staff, and I don't have confidence in anybody else. So I think that we learn a lot, and do it for a year, and then make a decision whether we wanted to put out an RFP or not. And also just some facts. The gross sales in these 6 months with our lease were just under $2.2 million. That's how much money they made. And also, the summer slide, it's not going to happen this year. Last year, the summer memberships totaled 70. This year, the summer memberships are 450. That's how well, that's just the golf course. And Commissioner Campy, you're right, that the hitting bays are not a golfing experience, they're an arcade experience. So I don't think that we're going to see the summer slump that we might have anticipated. I think that the golf course will, and the clubhouse will continue to operate very successfully throughout the summer. And if I didn't make that a motion before, I will move staff's recommendation for, and also, one thing that I'm willing to negotiate is cashless. I know that some people are not fond of cashless, so the only possible change I would make in the staff's recommendation is to reconsider the cashless transactions.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Heatherington.
I'm a huge fan of Sailfish Sands. My kids and I bet you I've been a couple dozen times with my kids. They've been without me. I've been with friends. I've had after-hours events. It is an amazing facility. It's great for all ages of all Martin County, and the food was fabulous. The venue is perfect. The building turned out beautifully. So I am a huge fan. I think that I differ in some of my colleagues' perceptions. I don't think that I could sit up here and say that the county has no responsibility in this facility faltering. I mean, there are certainly, you can never put ownership 100% off to someone else. So I feel like we should sit up here and take some responsibility as a county, as staff. Number one, we had a new venue, which is fantastic. Philosophically, I'm not in favor of, county-run facilities. I like private sector. When you have a road job, I like a private, enterprise to do it. When someone bids on a road, you know, in my district or any district, if there's only one bidder, I want to know, why is there only one bidder? You know, why is that? Sometimes we have to take that low bidder. Sometimes we've had to kick bidders off and take their bond and get a new bidder. We didn't have anything in place, you know, in order to replace one bidder. I'm a big fan of, we should reject when we have, particularly when we're entering an unknown venue like this. I really believe we should have rejected the bid and probably did a little bit more investigating. Now we're saying, well, let's give us 4 or 6 months or a year. We probably, you know, we owed it to our public to know that right up front. So that, I think that we could have certainly done better as a leadership, as a county. La Matina Group, I mean, I think that they provided excellent food. They've got, you know, some good reputation throughout the county. Did they do everything that they probably should have in this venue? Probably not. I believe they entered into this also not knowing exactly what to expect, as we all did. So I think it's somewhat unfair to put all of the burden on this particular vendor. As far, again, the RFP, I've heard some of the sales numbers. I've also heard in private meetings that we weren't getting all of the numbers from. So would the clerk, you know, would it be an audit? How do we get the proper numbers that we need in order to craft an RFP? Because if we didn't have them in there in the beginning, what is going to change in this next RFP?
So with the, when we were entering in around, I believe, February or March, we contacted in the provisions of the lease, it allows us to do an audit of the books. And the problem is that La Martina Management never fully complied in providing all the books and an accurate and full picture to our auditor. So and they did shut us off from point of sale systems. So we had a 24-hour period where we were able to access the point of sale system. Our parks director did a fantastic job of forensically downloading every single thing he could. I might add he was on vacation when I think he did that. But there was not a cooperative effort by La Martina with our auditor. The difference is if the county staff runs it, we have no choice but to forensically allow them to audit us, no different than all the other operations that they do. That's why staff believes that at a minimum, a 1-year run of the facility allows for a full open book. Here's your books, here's the county running it, here's the the clerk comptroller doing the audit and presenting that as a part of an RFP process. It's just merely a suggestion, but that's kind of how we got to that term length, and I got that from our legal staff and our auditor at the time. And that's where we came up with the 1-year process.
What did the bidder base their projections on then for this RFP? Did we give them information? I would think that they just threw a number up in the air. Somebody had to provide
Well, we did provide them
information.
info, and Mr. Abate is going to provide that, but I think it's important to note that their initial bid number was exceedingly higher than when staff stepped in and said, "Are you sure your bid is accurate?" It was then backed down considerably, and our county administrator had tasked me to come up with various scenarios in which how do you value a business? Do you do it based on capital construction costs? Do you do it based on fair market square footage value for a commercial retail site? So we ran a bunch of different models, and in actuality, the models that I ran, the $42,000 was right in line when you look at a net profit margin. But I think Mr. Abate can provide you more information, Commissioner, as to the information we did provide them.
The benchmark for the RFP revenue projections was based on the same model as Vero Beach Big Shots. So they have 30 bays, we have 20. It turns out, I talked to one of the owners the other day, we actually outperformed them with 20, surprisingly. They're a very successful facility, they do really well. They pay a monthly rent of $35,000 a month. So if you look at what we've done, in terms of the negotiation in the lease, in terms of the RFP, we projected the revenue, it was just over 3 million. They projected in their RFP that they would do 6.2 million. So they came in brave. They came in with a very intense menu, casual dining experience, but the model was always developed on a very simple hitting bay model. I presented to this board in 2020 and talked about if you're just going to do a clubhouse, we're going to subsidize it. No doubt about it if we run it. Because clubhouses are loss leaders. They're service providers for golf. That's what they're there for. Throwing the 20 hitting bays on the back, as you can see in the revenue numbers, they did quite well. The hitting bay experience. So they projected really high, and they spent a lot of money up front, and I think that was their downfall. They spent so much money up front on labor and capital, and I think they could never just recover from it. This is not different. When you look at those are my assumptions. So when you look at what we provide on a monthly basis, we negotiate, we pay 30% of the electric bill. We negotiated that. They negotiate their rent down to the $42,000 a month. We pay for 100% of the Top Tracer technology lease. That's $4,000 a month. We pay for all the golf balls, all the labor to pick the range, waste management, elevator, life safety. We provide the beverage cart at no cost, driving range maintenance, labor. I mean, all these things we pay for. When you look at Vero Beach Big Shots and their model, that's part of their operating costs. They have to pay that. So we contributed, which would somewhere around, if you took our rent payment and what we contributed monthly by those things that I just talked about, their rent payment's really around $28,000 or so, because we want to be a partner in this. And we did a number of things to help them with their very vibrant menu that they wanted to do. We spent $35,000 in a change order to upgrade the electrical so they can have their equipment that they wanted. We moved the dumpster from one location to the other for better service. We did all these things. So we did all these things to be a partner. And so for us, the RFP was fair. We invited everyone that probably called you to a mandatory pre-bid to come out and look at the property, some of the best restaurateurs here, including Topgolf and Big Shots, to come out and see what this place looks and feels like while it was in the shell. And they came out.
Are they the only one that attended the mandatory pre-bid?
No others attended, but they're the only ones that submitted a bid.
Did we ask any of the other ones why they
We
didn't
couldn't
bid?
talk into Kona silence. So after it was all signed and done, I talked to one of the owners of Big Shots, and he just said, I couldn't put something together during the Thanksgiving holiday timeframe when you guys were ending our busiest time of the year.
Have any of them reached out to you now to see if they would be willing to bid?
I believe there's interest. Obviously you have folks that reach out to you. I reached out from an operational standpoint to see how well we did versus, there's only one other facility like this, and that is Vero Beach Big Shots. They're the only other model. Other than that, you go down to West Palm to the Drive Shack. That's 90 hitting bays. That's a entirely different operation. This is more like a boutique hitting bay. So the operation of this facility is not complicated. It's not more complicated than the water park, that's for sure. It is really about technology and golf. And to answer your question about the summer slide, there's no summer slide in this business for this Friday, Saturday night, Sunday family day. In the evening when it's hot out and you have climate control hitting bays, it is going to be at its capacity. That's why it's designed. So when while the golf course is approaching 500 members, it'd be nice to have a place for them right now to go play, right? But obviously we're not there yet. So I think the RFP was well done. I just think that all these things I alluded to, we really tried to partner with them to spend some money on this, very aggressive RFP projection of 6.2 million, which I thought was way over the top. And so obviously they thought they were going to they had said in their presentation, and they had a great presentation to the select committee, that they wanted to be a restaurant first and hitting bay second. That's not the model, but we believe that they could learn how to run the hitting bays, and they've done it. They did a fantastic job running the hitting bays. There's no doubt about it, so.
I think they did a fantastic job all the way around. Obviously, the numbers just didn't add up, and I think that's the root of the problem. We need to know why the numbers are not adding up. Whether that be we need an audit, we need something that explains to me why the numbers don't add up, and are they ever going to add up for the private sector Phyllis, and I'll go down the list of the things that you asked for action. I don't believe that we should be running, I think Seaside Cafe is fantastic. I think our staff does a good job. I think this is a completely different animal all in itself. Like I said, if we were bidding on a road project and that contractor defaulted, we would kick them out, take their bond, move on. And I just think we misstepped, as a county. By the way, I have the utmost respect for our staff. I think, we all have learned something in this process. So, alcohol, I don't think that particular venue succeeds without regular alcohol. The way it was invented, the way it was created, the bar, everything the way it was designed, it is to be a regular alcohol venue. So to me, that's another reason why the RFP has to go out immediately. Cash, I believe, cash, you really have to accept cash. I don't, we have people all the time that are complaining, at the golf course when we weren't accepting cash or they thought we weren't accepting cash. So I don't think you could run the business without accepting cash. And there's no way it should take 4 to 6 months to me to get, and who authorized the advertising of the county hiring staff to run the facility? Because it's all over social media. This is the first time we've talked about it in public, but it's already being advertised that the county is hiring staff. So I just want to know who authorized the advertising of hiring staff.
Commissioner, I did. Staff approached me and said if we wanted to get this operational in July, anticipating that the board may want to take it over at least interimly, that we would have to begin advertising for those staff, and it's for resource staff, so they wouldn't be actually county employees. They would be employees of our contract labor company, and with the caveat that any of those staff could not be hired until the board had this meeting. So if I'm the one to blame for authorizing that. So, but that was only in anticipation that it was my thought that to recoup some of the funds that we will have to do to maintain it, that at least operating in the interim would be in our benefit. So I took that risk, and I apologize if that was something.
I respect you, Dawn. That we didn't have any direction. I would have said advertise the RFP at the same time, and we would go from there. So I think this is something that we've learned. I think we need an item to come back, because I want to see all of the numbers on the golf course before the RFP comes out, and the RFP should come out as soon as possible.
Commissioner Jenkins.
I'm going to second Commissioner Hurd's motion with taking cash. I agree the county doesn't need to be in business, competing against business. We've just experienced something that was pretty horrific. I think we should actually run that, set the business model for somebody to take over through the RFP process. That's it. I mean, I don't really know. I mean, it's whenever. I mean, up to a year at this point right now, right? And, in 6 months, if we feel that we've got exactly going on what we want going on, which is what we want somebody to take over, at that point, then send out the RFP. But I don't know that right now we know exactly what we want. We need to get into it, right? We did a great job with Seaside. Let's do the same thing there. Let's set the tone. Let's put it on RFP, and let's give it to a private entity to run with specific goals and objectives, right?
Commissioner Smith.
You just did everything I was going to say, so that's fine.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm not opposed
Well, I was getting ready to
the-
stab him in the neck. Be quiet. So I'm trying to get us to the finish line.
Very violent, very violent.
Oh, I'm in so much trouble already, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
We meet, this is the first time we met in a month. Anyway, I do not disagree with the motion maker or the seconder. I think there's a little nuance there for me. I do want us to open it as quickly as possible, utilizing our staff. I do agree with Commissioner Heatherington that I'd like to see an RFP out there. The concept that we would design a working model in the restaurant and Hitting Bay business and then say to someone else, this is what we want you to do, I think that restricts the people that would be interested in doing it. And I also think it would be potentially unfair to you and the staff that if you ran it for a year and really made it successful, and then all of a sudden we'd say, okay, you guys been great, but we're now going to put it out for an RFP. At that point, I would say, keep it. So for me, I would, and I know you can't rush it, the RFP is different now.
Motion is January 2024, we're going to reevaluate, and we'll go from there.
So that's 6 months,
Yeah,
not a year.
we're going to have a conversation about it in 6 months.
No, but if you come
You
up,
potentially can run it for a year with this motion, right?
well, it says to January 20,
Whatever.
whatever. Your motion is for a year or to staff's recommendation, which is,
Staff's recommendation.
Staff's
which is, to
But, but I also think that we need to run it for a year.
see, that's where we're getting,
Get a report in January.
I don't know. If you ran it for a year, why would I want to get involved then, and why would you want to give it up? So with that in mind, this is an important decision we can't rush because someone's got to get out. I'm comfortable with everything that I heard. I would like that the RFP, when you feel that it's ready to be put out there, don't wait a year. I think you only just do yourself and your team a disservice to tell them, now you're going to get a whole new, brand-new management team. It's not going to be us internally anymore. We have a motion by one more? Commissioner Heatherington.
I was just going to say, the longer that this facility goes in limbo, I was hearing months ago from people that didn't want to book the facility because they were hearing chatter on the street that the vendor was having a hard time. So until there's something very firm, which I believe is the RFP and someone bidding and taking over the facility, I think you're going to constantly, as a marketing standpoint, stay in limbo, because why do you want to, we've already have to build back confidence. If you're a vendor that wants to book for 3-6 months from now, even if you turn it over beautifully, which I think our staff is great in Parks and Rec, there's going to be some hesitancy for people to buy in now. So we have to build confidence back. So I think that the quicker the RFP goes out, the better.
We have a motion by Commissioner Hurd for staff's recommendation, seconded by Commissioner Jenkins. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Opposed.
The motion carries 4-1 with Commissioner Heatherington dissenting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's in my
We have reached it's in your district. We have reached the end of our meeting. If there is anyone that is a 505 or a 610 public comment, now is the time. Mr. Faust, happy birthday to you. I'm glad you got to spend it with us. It's exciting. With that, our next meeting is June 20th. Is that correct, Donna?
Yeah.
June 20th. And until then, we will see you on TV.